Chapter 734. On the first day of the month, Yushu woke up before the fifth watch. When she opened her eyes, it was pitch black outside the window. Even though she had washed up and slept after eating last night, she still felt dizzy waking up so early. Hearing a servant girl coughing outside, she put on her clothes and called for someone to come in and serve. Ever since she had moved to a large residence, she had gradually adapted to the days of food and clothing being handed to her. Last night, it was Axaner who kept watch. After Yushu woke up, Yundo and Linner came to take her place. They had already prepared hot water and tea and were busy helping Yushu wash and change. It took less than an hour for her to dress. Yushu stood at the door of the room and looked at the dark courtyard. She truly felt that she had woken up early. It was the beginning of winter and the morning was particularly cold. She put on a black cloak with fur over her court clothes and wrapped up her sleeves as she walked out of the north wing. Linner was in front with a lantern. When she reached the front courtyard and walked down the corridor, she saw a dark figure standing in front of the living room door. She thought that it was Shui Rui who had come early. Who would have thought that it was Jing Qin who had come early? Her steps paused and she asked in surprise, "You are? I know that you are going to the palace today, so I came to pick you up." Jing Qin had a magnanimous bearing, but his eyes were helpless when he looked at her. When he heard that Shui Rui had returned to Jing, he wanted to talk to her, but she uncharacteristically avoided him. Every time he went to Kunling Bureau to find her, she was so busy that she could not leave. When he went to the Fu to see her, she was always not at home. Jing Chen did not understand why she would avoid him. After thinking about it, the reason could only be Shui Rui. Yushu walked around him guiltily and entered the living room. Sitting down, she said, "Don't you not attend court?" Jing Chen's position as the right commander was temporary. Emperor Zhao Qing was very generous to him. No one required him to attend court, so he never participated in government affairs. "I was worried about you, so I made a request to the chief." Jing Chen walked into the room and stared at her. "I wanted to tell you this a long time ago, but you always avoided me." He was indeed worried about Yushu because he felt that Shui Rui was not reliable. He was afraid that Yushu would trust Shui Rui too much and lose the ability to judge right from wrong. He spoke too bluntly, and Yushu did not know how to respond. It was true that she was avoiding him because she was worried that if they met in private, Jing Chen would ask her about the details of Shui Rui's disappearance. She could not tell him the truth that it was Yunhua's scheme, so she could only avoid meeting him. "You..." Jing Chen was about to ask her if she was avoiding him because of Shui Rui, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the door. Yushu saw his movement and also looked out. After a while, she saw Shui Rui, who was wearing a dark green cloak, slowly walk out of the darkness. He stopped at the door of the living room and looked at the two people in the room. His eyes flickered, and he smiled slightly. "I saw the carriage of the princess's mansion on the side of the road just now. I thought I was mistaken, but it is really Brother Jing." Jing Chen did not move and also said, "I have just arrived, just a little earlier than Brother Shui." Shui Rui nodded. He turned around and said to Yushu in a gentle voice, "I was thinking that you woke up early and did not have the appetite to eat, so I went to the building of forgotten machines on the way to get some breakfast. There's hot porridge and side dishes. You should eat some to fill your stomach later on the journey. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure when you enter the palace." Jing Chen did not fall behind and honestly said to Yushu, "I have also prepared food for you." After saying that, he thought for a while and added, "Last month, when I was refining pills, there was a kind of vitality pill that is very good. It can refresh the mind, so I brought it for you today. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Jing." Shui Rui cupped his hands and thanked him, and then he turned around and said to Yushu, "Little girl, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you're going to meet Brother Jing? If I'm late, then wouldn't I be making him wait?" "It is not her fault that she did not tell you." I did not expect you to come, I thought you were suspended. Jing Chen did not know how to be reserved. Brother Jing's ears are not very good. I have been reinstated a few days ago. Shui Rui also gradually became impolite. Yu Shu listened to them talking one after another, treating her as a decoration. She glanced at Jing Chen and then looked at Shui Rui. She suddenly felt a headache. She knew that the first morning court would not be peaceful, but there was no need for such a strong smell of gunpowder so early in the morning. She suddenly stood up and walked out. You guys have a good chat, I am leaving first. Shui Rui and Jing Chen looked at each other and turned their heads away. At the same time, they thought, who wants to chat with him? The two carriages drove side by side and only slowed down when they reached the foot of the palace. There was a long queue outside the Meridian Gate. They did not join the queue and slowly stopped at the back. Yu Shu sat in Shui Rui's carriage. She lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The cold wind rushed in. She quickly put it down and turned to Shui Rui and said, Look, we are late. We are all lagging behind. No matter how early you are, you will not be at the front of the queue. Shui Rui slowly moved the wine pot away from the charcoal stove. He tested the temperature of the wine, poured a cup and handed it to her, saying, Drink a few mouthfuls to warm yourself. When the palace gates open, we will have to stand outside for a long time. The queue outside the palace gates was not casually lined up. For example, Yin Tianho and Xueling Nan, no matter how late they were, could directly be at the front. For the fifth-rank officials, no matter how early they were, they could only make room for others. Shui Rui took out another half a pot and opened the small window at the corner of the door. He said to the manservant outside the carriage, Send it to the Jing Gongzi next to me. It was not easy for them to come before dawn to block people. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how early they came. There was no medicine for regret in this world. If they missed it, they missed it. Yu Shu curled up her legs and leaned against a soft pillow while holding the little honey-yellow wine cup in her palm, and she looked at Shui Rui with an amused expression. She'd noticed that he was being petty, but when she thought of the blood relationship between him and Jing Chen, her feelings couldn't help but become complicated. Speaking of which, the sudden change in the Shui family started from the portrait that Jing Chen had painted. But if she really looked into it, what did Jing Chen do wrong? He was also a victim. They were originally blood brothers, but they had no choice but to go their separate ways. It was not easy to turn hostility into friendship. The east was slightly white. There was a burst of bell ringing in the distance. When the palace gates opened, the stream of people and horses slowly moved forward. When they were about to reach them, Shui Rui said to Yu Shu, Take off your cloak. You can't wear this in the palace. Let's get out of the carriage and take a few steps to stretch our hands and feet. Yu Shu nodded as she obediently took off her cloak and placed it at the side, revealing the exquisite and gorgeous imperial court attire on her body. She adjusted the gemstone necklace on her neck and touched the tasseled crown on her head to make sure that her attire was appropriate. Only then did she jump off the carriage and take 2 steps forward. When she noticed that Shui Rui wasn't following her, she turned around and collided with his jet black and bright eyes. She smiled. She also knew that she was dressed beautifully. Women were proud of those who liked them. His behavior was very pleasing to her. The two of them got out of the carriage and walked. Jing Chen silently followed them. The Meridian Gate was heavily guarded. The civil and military officials entered with fish talismans. When they left the palace, they also had to show their fish talismans. Walking under the palace wall, Shui Rui told Yu Shu in a low voice a true story. A few years ago, there was an unlucky man who forgot to bring his fish talisman. He was afraid that he would miss the morning court session, so he tried to bribe the imperial guards to let him enter the palace. However, the Jinmu guards who were guarding the gate did not recognize him, so they caught him on the spot. When the news reached the emperor's ears, he just said one sentence and that unlucky man was banished to Yunnan. After listening to this story, Yushu remembered it. She carefully fastened 2 buttons on the fish talisman on her belt, for fear that she would accidentally lose it. The eunuch who led the way led them to an open space in front of the palace gate. Several high-ranking officials and nobles went inside to drink tea, while the others had to stand outside in the cold wind. Yushu roughly counted. There were no less than 200 people here. Looking around, she was the only woman, which was really eye-catching. Before entering the palace, everyone took off the cloaks they used to keep warm and only wore court clothes to meet the emperor. The weather was really cold, so everyone wore a layer of cotton-padded clothes, which made them look much fatter than they were. However, she stood out from the crowd. She wore heavy court clothes, but her shoulders were still straight. Her oval face was pink and white from the cold. She was a woman's beauty, but when she raised her eyebrows, she added a bit of heroic spirit. People couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and an inappropriate description popped up in their minds: an elegant and handsome young man, as beautiful as a jade tree in the wind. Such a young and energetic girl appeared in the middle of a group of old men, unexpectedly becoming a dazzling scenery. What's more, there were 2 young and handsome men standing next to her. One was gentle and elegant, and the other was handsome and outstanding. They were in the prime of their youth, making people envious. The court meeting was very different from what Yushu had imagined. She thought that the emperor would sit on the dragon throne and give orders, and the ministers would take turns to report their work. Then, if there was a report, the court would be dismissed. But in reality, the liveliness of the morning court meeting was no less than the market. The idea of reporting work was simply too naive. The reality was that out of every 3 officials who opened their reports, 2 of them complained. Official Fong of the Chamberlain of Homeless said that this year, the offerings sent to the capital by the military governor of Heshi were 20% less than in previous years, so he accused official Zhang of the Ministry of Rights of overstepping his authority and embezzling the offerings. The Marquis of Kaiyang reported official Wang of the Ministry of Works to repair the residence of High Duke Feng's family. All the broken bricks and tiles were piled up at the back door of their house, blocking the road. No matter how big or small the matter was, without exception, they were all disputes that the Yamen could not solve. Yushu listened dumbfounded for a while and suddenly realized, so the emperor was a judge of cases. She and Shui Rui were both 5th-ranked officials, so their positions were close to the back and they were not far from each other. In front, the Marquis of Kaiyang and High Duke Feng were arguing until their necks were red. Whispers could be heard everywhere in the hall. Some said that the Marquis of Kaiyang was making a big fuss over a minor issue, while others said that High Duke Feng was being unkind. When no one was paying attention, she rolled her eyes. Coincidentally, Shui Rui saw it. He clenched his fist and coughed twice, reminding her not to cause trouble. Seeing that the Marquis of Kaiyang and High Duke Feng were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Emperor Zhao Qing gave Joping a look, telling him to sound the whip for silence. He opened his golden mouth and decided this matter. He gave High Duke Feng 3 days to clean up the back door of the Marquis of Kaiyang's residence and find official Wang of the Ministry of Works a month's salary. Then all the ministers cheered, "Your Majesty is wise." Just as Yushu was about to fall asleep from boredom, figures suddenly moved in the front row. 3 people stepped out and knelt in front of the emperor. The leader said in a loud voice. Chapter 735. Yushu felt that she was the first person in the history of Dan to be impeached on the first day of the morning court session. Of the 3 officials who came forward to accuse her, the leader was the imperial censor, Wang Jiao. The other 2 were Lu Tong, the Northern Yamen's magistrate, and Yin Zhurong, the assistant minister of revenue, who was the plaintiff. The 3 of them sang the same tune. They first described how Yushu's mother, Cuiping, eloped with scholar Yu more than 10 years ago and stole some of the Yin family's belongings. Now that Yushu had gained power, Zuiping fearlessly went to the Yin family and flaunted her power at the assistant minister's residence, angering Madame Yin to the point of illness. Yin Zhurong could not bear it and sent a steward to the Yamen to complain. Who knew that Yu Shu would ignore the law and beat up the officials who came to interrogate her, brazenly shielding her mother and refusing to plead guilty? Yin Zhurong talked about how his wife, Madame Yin, had been humiliated by a servant who had run away from home years ago and was so angry that she was bedridden. His face was full of shame and his eyes were red. Those who heard it felt indignant and those who saw it felt sympathetic. In the end, Imperial Censor Wang spoke righteously and vehemently. Mother Yu was of lowly birth and actually committed the scandal of eloping with someone. She and Father Yu did not have an illicit relationship. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. Mother Yu is a sinful servant. How can Yu Shu be qualified to enter the court as an official? After Assistant Minister Yin reported her, if she did not have a guilty conscience, why would she beat up and drive away the officials? This official believes that the female celestial commissioner, Yu Shu, deliberately concealed her birth and disrupted the court. She is deceiving the emperor and should be severely punished. This official agrees. Lu Zhizhong was equally righteous. Please, Your Majesty, give me justice. Yin Zhurong had a bitter and vengeful expression. Emperor Zhao Qing sat high up on the dragon throne. Only Eunuch Yin, who was nearby, could clearly see his slightly gloomy expression. He didn't dare to look too long. He shifted his gaze and then stared steadily at the civil and military officials below. The buzzing sounds of discussion traveled into his ears. Only the old officials at the head of the group looked down, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Yu Shu listened attentively to the distortion of the facts by the trio. Her face did not change at all, but her heart was full of vile thoughts. Beside her, a colleague of the Celestial Commissioner asked her in a low voice, "Official Yu, this can't be true, right? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Thanks to the aquatic conference, Yu Shu had a very high reputation among the Celestial Commissioner. The officials present did not listen to the censor's side of the story. Someone immediately lowered his voice and reminded Yu Shu, "If there's any misunderstanding, Official Yu, quickly come out to defend yourself. Don't just stand there." Yu Shu cupped her hands and thanked the other for his good intentions, but she didn't rush out rashly to fight with the censor. She wasn't guilty, so what was there to panic about? Didn't the emperor say anything? She had calculated that there would be trouble today, but she didn't expect that Yin Zhurong would find a censor from the Imperial Censorate to directly impeach her. This was too ignorant. Didn't they use their brains to think that Emperor Zhao Qing would be happy to see the female emissary he had personally appointed become a criminal who deceived the emperor? Yu Shu felt slightly annoyed and unconsciously turned her head to look at Shui Rui. She saw that he was looking in the direction of Yin Zhurong and the others. Sensing her gaze, he turned back to look at her with a calm gaze. He shook his head slightly, as if telling her to calm down. Yin Zhurong knelt on the ground. He didn't wait for Emperor Zhao Qing to speak for a while, but he didn't dare to raise his head to look. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He knew that he was taking a risk out of desperation. The emperor might not want his female emissary Miaoling to be impeached. However, he had no other choice. Wang Jiao was a stubborn person. Not long ago, he had paid a visit to Wang Jiao's house and exaggerated the relationship between his family and Yu Shu. Wang Jiao could no longer sit still and had taken the initiative to interfere in this matter. Thinking that he had investigated the truth, he thought that Yu Shu was a treacherous official, shouting that he would expose her true colors in front of the emperor. This was exactly what he wanted, but he didn't expect that Shui Rui would suddenly return to the capital. He also didn't expect that the emperor wouldn't continue to suppress the Shui family. Instead, he allowed Shui Lingnan and Shui Lingnan to return to court. That groundless case of treason seemed to have been solved just like that. He had even tried to make an issue of the relationship between Yu Shu and Shui Rui to make the emperor vent his anger. He wasn't willing to let you shoo off just like that. Moreover, Wang Jiao was eager to show off and kept urging him to do it. He steeled his heart and simply chose to present the memorial on the morning of the first day of the imperial court session, catching her off guard. It wasn't that he didn't have a plan. Even if the emperor was biased, it couldn't be too obvious under the eyes of the public. As long as the emperor opened his mouth to question the case, he was confident that he could pin that girl to death. Yin Zhurong stood in the middle of the aisle. Coincidentally, next to him was Jing Qin. He was more sensitive than an ordinary person and caught the sinister calculation that flashed across Yin Zhurong's face. He frowned and moved. He was about to step forward to defend Yu Shu, but the purple-robed and golden-ribboned official standing at the very front opened his mouth before him. "Reporting to your Majesty, this official has something to say regarding the Celestial Commissioner." Jing Qin stopped in his tracks and retracted his leg that had just stepped out. On the dragon throne, Emperor Zhao Qing turned his body sideways and raised his hand without a word, indicating for him to speak. The official first looked down at Yin Zhurong, then slowly said, "The person that Censor Wang wants to impeach is a female imperial official of our Kunling Bureau, a female fortune-teller with 2 ranks and 3 first rank. She graduated from the Dian examination. Although the Celestial Commissioner doesn't stick to one pattern, she won't abuse her authority. Before every official takes office, the Minister of Tai Ching will conduct a check. Those who don't have a clean background and are of good character will not be appointed. This official sincerely requests your Majesty to investigate." These words were tantamount to warning others. "If you want to impeach Yu Shu, you are accusing me, the Celestial Commissioner, of negligence." Yin Zhurong secretly complained. He had no intention of dragging the Celestial Commissioner down. It was all Wang Jiao's own decision to say those words and provoke this great Buddha. What should he do? He didn't dare to challenge the official, but that didn't mean others didn't dare. Without waiting for him to smooth things over, Censor Wang stiffened his neck and said, "You must have been deceived by someone, so you don't know her background. This lowly official has investigated clearly beforehand. This Yunuyu's birth mother remarried after her father's death and became a concubine of a wealthy family. She is truly shameless and unscrupulous. Later, her stepfather's family was in trouble and her mother sneaked out. She hid her and waited until the storm died down. Then, she went to the Ministry of Revenue to tamper with her household registration in order to curry favor with Imperial Consort Nyang at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. She thought that she could deceive everyone and enjoy her wealth with a clear conscience. She didn't know that Assistant Minister Yin's house still has her mother's contract of sale. The Ministry of Revenue also has a record that can be found." He was full of confidence. Seeing that the official was silent, he thought that he had nothing to refute and raised his voice even louder. "This official dares to guarantee that everything I said just now is the truth. Does the official dare to guarantee that Yu Shu is innocent?" The great hall was silent for a moment. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and stared at Imperial Censor Wang, whose face was glowing red. Imperial Censor Wang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and couldn't help but feel his blood boil. It was as if he could already see the future. Because he dared to admonish the Emperor and confront the Celestial Commissioner Celestial, his reputation would skyrocket and he would be highly regarded by the Emperor. He would be promoted to the position of Imperial Censor, just like those upright officials recorded in the history books who would rather die than submit, unafraid of the nobles and prime ministers. Yin Zhurong. Idiot. Yu Shu. Idiot. The civil and military officials. Idiot. Even the entire Imperial Censor wouldn't dare to go against the official. A mere 4th-ranked deputy Imperial Censor actually dared to challenge the official. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was he? The official stood at the front of the hundreds of officials. He didn't move at first, but when Wang Jiao finished speaking, he stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Zhao Qing. He said, "Everyone knows that Yunuyu is His Majesty's bestowed the title of Messenger Miaoling. If her character and background are flawed, then she has failed to live up to His Majesty's expectations. If news of this gets out, it would be a disgrace to the Emperor's dignity and should be punished severely. However, if there are people who maliciously slander her and have ill intentions, they cannot be let off. His Majesty, please issue an edict to have the 3 departments investigate the matter and reveal the truth. These words sounded just, but Enrich was trembling with fear. The situation was already out of his control. He turned to look at the righteous Wang Jiao. It was too late for regrets. My beloved official's words are reasonable. Emperor Zhao Qing nodded. He looked down the stairs and read through the heads row by row. Finally, his eyes stopped on a person in the 3rd row from the back. He said slowly, "Where is Messenger Miaoling?" From afar, Yu Shu quivered and jogged out of the ranks. "Your humble servant is here. I kowtow to your Majesty." After waiting for a long time, it was finally her turn to speak. "You heard someone impeaching you just now. We ask you, do you have anything to say?" Emperor Zhao Qing had to squint to clearly see the figure kneeling on the ground. "Reporting to your Majesty." Yu Shu took a deep breath and raised her head, revealing a calm face. She said in a loud and clear voice, "If you wish to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." A few steps ahead, Yin Zhurong's back stiffened. Imperial Censor Wang turned to glare at her. The official turned sideways and glanced at her with a smile. "Good." Emperor Zhao Qing nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Then we will allow the official to submit a memorial and set this as a case. We will order the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate to conduct a joint investigation. We must find out the truth." As he said this, his gaze swept across the crowd and his finger pointed in the air. He paused and said, "We will send Vice Minister Xue of the Supreme Court, Assistant Minister Li Yuqing of the Ministry of Justice, and Imperial Censor Wang of the Imperial Censorate to conduct a joint investigation." The 3 people whose names were called had different expressions. The first to stand up to receive the decree was Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice, followed by Xue Rui. Finally, there was trouble with Imperial Censor Wang. "Your Majesty, you must not do this. Lord Xue of the Supreme Court and Yu Shu are sworn siblings. This is known to all. How can we ask him to participate in the investigation?" Xue Rui lowered his head and did not speak. He heard Emperor Zhao Qing snort coldly and say unhappily, "That is why we have asked the 3 departments to conduct a joint investigation and supervise each other. Your Majesty is wise." The official took the lead to praise. The Celestial Commissioner and the others echoed and immediately suppressed Imperial Censor Wang's protest. With the situation developing to this point, Yu Shu was half happy and half worried. She was happy that Emperor Zhao Qing was protecting her. Looking at the 3 people in the joint investigation, there was no need to talk about Xue Rui. Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was her neighbor. She was worried because Yin Zhurong had several pieces of hard evidence in her hands. No matter how she looked at it, she looked like the unreasonable person. Just as she was worrying, another enemy stood out in front of her. It was Ning Wang Lu Hao who wanted her dead. "Fu Wang Rongbing," Ning Wang said solemnly, just as the official said, "This case concerns Fu Wang's authority. This son requests to supervise the trial." Chapter 736. 3 chapters in one. In the end, Ning Wang had managed to get the job of supervising the trial. Emperor Zhao Qing was always especially easy to talk to when facing this son. No matter how unwilling Yu Shu was, it was not her place to object. Once it was 7 in the morning, Emperor Zhao Qing yawned and Ning Zhuping announced the end of court. Usually, if there were no important matters of state that needed to be discussed, the morning court session would end in 2 hours. If there was something unfinished or something that was inconvenient to mention in public, they would hand in the memorials at the end of court session to be sent to Tian Hall for the emperor to read. The crowd moved out of the hall from the front to the back. The old officials walked at the front. Prime Minister Yin passed in front of Yin Zhurong and paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at him expressionlessly and sighed lightly without saying anything. Yin Zhurong could hear a lot of dissatisfaction in his father's sigh and chased after him in a panic. Coming out of the palace gates, Prime Minister Yin turned his head and saw the Shu son following pitifully behind him. He couldn't bear it and beckoned for him to come over. Yin Zhurong acted as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly ran forward to help him onto the carriage. Outside the palace gates, Shui Rui saw Yin Zhurong sit in Prime Minister Yin's carriage and drive away. He turned his head to ask the absent-minded Yu Shu, "Are you still going back to the Celestial Commissioner?" Yu Shu nodded. On the first day, it was not her turn to rest. After the morning court session, she still had to go to the Celestial Commissioner to work. Furthermore, the great minister had stood up for her during the morning court session. She had to go back to thank him and give an explanation. "That's good, I also have to go back to the Supreme Court." Shui Rui looked at Jing Qin who was walking behind her and cupped his hands. He said, "I will have to trouble Jing Xiong to send a Shu to the Celestial Commissioner on the way." Yu Shu had gone out in the morning on Shui Rui's carriage. Originally, Shui Rui should have sent her back, but the emperor had just decreed for the joint trial of the three departments. In public, Shui Rui had to be careful to avoid arousing suspicion. This was not the time to be jealous. "All right." Jing Chen agreed. Shui Rui lowered his head and said something to Yu Shu before walking away. Jing Chen walked to Yu Shu's side. "Let's go too." Yu Shu nodded and did not refuse. She followed him to the carriage of the Princess Mansion and went to the Celestial Commissioner's office. The two of them sat in the enclosed carriage, speechless, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Yu Shu closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jing Chen thought for a while and took the initiative to speak. "If there's anything I can help with, just say it." Yu Shu opened her eyes. She knew that he had good intentions, but this matter could not be explained in a few words. She said to him, "It's a long story. My mother used to be a maid in the Yin family, but she did not elope with my father. Instead, the Yin family betrothed her to my father. My mother followed my father back to his hometown. As for what Assistant Minister Yin said in front of the emperor today, it was pure nonsense. He deliberately wanted to slander my mother and me. What was even more ridiculous was that Imperial Censor Wang. He was like a vicious dog that would pounce and bite anyone he saw. In the end, he stole the spotlight and suppressed Yin Zhurong's limelight. Why does Assistant Minister Yin's family always make life difficult for you?" Jing Chen frowned. Last time when he and Shui Rui attended the opera in Hengwu building, they encountered a young master of Assistant Minister Yin's family slandering Yu Shu in public. In the end, Shui Rui came forward and arrested him and took him back to the Supreme Court. Yu Shu frowned and did not know where to start. She had a long history of grievances with Yin Zhurong's family. At first, there were only some small conflicts, so she did not take it to heart. It was all because of Yin Dang. She was so vicious that she schemed to destroy her reputation. When her plan failed, she instigated her stupid son to slander her outside. In the end, Yin Zhurong personally went to court and publicly wanted to impeach her. It seemed that he would not stop until she was dead. She also did not understand why they were so crazy. They could not get any benefits from her once or twice, but they just did not learn to be obedient and insisted on fighting with her to the death. What a crazy family. In another carriage, Prime Minister Yin was scolding his son. It's not a small matter to impeach an official of the imperial court. What's more, Envoy Miao Ling is the servant of the Celestial Commissioner and is favored by the emperor. Why didn't you discuss it with me before you did it? Yin Zhurong bowed his head and admitted his mistake honestly. I was impulsive and did not consider it thoroughly. Prime Minister Een said with a cold face, "You are not a child anymore. You always do things without thinking. No matter how big the hatred between you and her is, you can't solve it in private. Why do you have to bring it to the imperial court and make a joke of yourself?" Een Jorong's face was full of grief and indignation. "I had no choice. Yu Shu really bullied me too much. 2 months ago, Yuanbo was framed and imprisoned by Shui Rui in the Supreme Court. I was too ashamed to plead with you, so I swallowed my anger. Who knew that he was tortured in there? Because he was not treated in time, his manhood was damaged. This is a great hatred that will lead to the end of the family line." Prime Minister Een was shocked and almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. He had heard that Een Yuanbo was arrested and imprisoned in the Supreme Court. But because his grandson was disappointing and fooled around outside all day long, he wanted to let him suffer a little and sharpen his temper, so he didn't care about it. He didn't expect that the gentle and sensible Dalong of the Shui family could be so cruel. Once Een Jorong had spoken, he simply began to complain tearfully, "Yuanbo is his mother's flesh and blood. Even the few doctors we hired couldn't save him, so Madame Deng fell ill." After Yuanbo found out, he locked himself in his room and refused to eat or see anyone. The family was in a mess. I was really angry, so I sent someone to the yamen to complain. You are also a father, so you should know that in a father's heart, I can't allow my son to suffer even the slightest grievance. Prime Minister Yin's face darkened, and he felt uncomfortable. No matter how disappointing Een Yuanbo was, he was still his grandson. He couldn't sit and watch him be murdered. He knew that Een Jorong was playing tricks on him, but he couldn't ignore it. "Tell me in detail, what happened to Yu Shu's birth mother?" Een Jorong's eyes flickered. He was afraid that Prime Minister Een wouldn't help him if he told the truth. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to hide the truth and lied. "Xiao Chui was originally a servant girl in my mother's room. More than 10 years ago, I married a wife and separated from her family. My mother gave that servant girl to Madame Deng. Coincidentally, during that year's imperial examinations, I helped a few poor students. One of them was Scholar Yu. His essay was very good, and I found him agreeable. I invited him to our home as a guest and temporarily arranged for him to stay in the outer courtyard. That was how I planted the seeds of disaster." He clenched his teeth in anger, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. "Scholar Yu actually had an affair with that servant girl. When Madame Deng found out, she was already pregnant. At first, I was so angry that I wanted to beat that lowly servant girl to death. It was Madame Deng's kindness that persuaded me to let them go. Unexpectedly, Scholar Yu was ungrateful and bribed the servants in the inner courtyard to steal Xiao Chui. He took all of Madame Deng's belongings and eloped with her. I felt that it was embarrassing, so I didn't say anything." He spoke as if he was telling the truth. Prime Minister Een didn't suspect that his son dared to lie to him, so he believed him. He stroked his beard and pondered for a while. He asked, "What evidence do you have?" "I have a contract to sell myself, an old maid in Madame Deng's room, and an old doctor who diagnosed that lowly servant girl's pregnancy. They can all prove it. Otherwise, when I went to the Ministry of Revenue to register, as long as I looked through Qin Yu's case, I would be able to find records of the servant girl's elopement." Prime Minister Een raised his eyelids and snorted, "Qin Yu's case. I'm afraid you added it to the list." More than 10 years ago, before Een Jorong took up a position in the Ministry of Revenue, a servant girl ran away from home. How could he think of going to the Ministry of Revenue to record such a small matter? Een Jorong mumbled twice, his heart beating faster. He was afraid that his father would hear something wrong, so he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Father is wise, nothing can be hidden from you." Prime Minister Een stared at him, exasperated that he didn't live up to his expectations. "Since you were young, you have loved to play petty tricks. No matter how old you are, you can't change this bad habit. When you cause trouble, you still need me to clean up your mess. Enrich was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. He was afraid that if he were to be scolded a few more times, he would confess everything, so he changed the topic. Originally, I had full confidence that I could win this case, but His Majesty is clearly biased towards that girl. He actually ordered a joint trial between the three departments. The two assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice are Xue Shu's clique, and Xue Rui is Yu Shu's sworn brother. Imperial Censor Wang is a muddle-headed person, he might let her off the hook. Prime Minister Yin mocked him, looks like you aren't too stupid, you know who the Emperor is biased towards. Tell me, how do you want me, your father, to help you? Sun is thinking, since His Majesty has given Ning Wang permission to supervise the trial, then it will be easy. I begged Darren father to speak on behalf of Sun in front of Ning Wang, to have him keep an eye on Xue Rui and the others in court, not being biased. At the crucial moment, if he can put in a few good words for me, then there will be nothing to worry about. In name, Enrich was Lu Hao Jojo of Ning Wang, but he was a Shu son, and his birth mother was only a Yin Yang of Prime Minister Yin. In the palace, Shu Fei Nyang was the daughter of the Di mother, and her relationship with him, this Shu brother, was ordinary. So he didn't have much face in front of Ning Wang. Superfluous action, Prime Minister Yin lectured him, you brainless, why do you think Ning Wang requested for this job? It's because he's worried that you will be taken advantage of during the trial and affect our family's reputation. There's no need for this old man to remind him. The more he looked at this Shu son, the more worried he became. He didn't have much patience left, and bluntly said to him, at the end of this case, for you, it would be best if your mama is judged to be a fugitive slave, and Yu Shu is dismissed from her position and interrogated, right? Then this old man asks you, if you get what you want and avenge Yuanbua, how will you clean up the mess afterwards? Enrich was puzzled, this result couldn't be better, how will you clean up the mess? Idiot! Prime Minister Yin couldn't take it anymore and scolded, do you think that if you successfully impeached Messenger Miaoling, who can command the wind and rain, the Emperor won't be angry? There's also a big point, do you think that the Celestial Commissioner is just a decoration? You haven't even thought of these consequences, and you're scheming against a little girl, what do you want me to say about you? Enrich was dumbfounded by the scolding. Luckily, he wasn't young anymore, and his skin was thick enough. He shrunk his neck, and carefully asked, then, what should I do? If you had asked me earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let you and Wang Jiao work together to complain in front of the Emperor. If you can't find anyone, go find him. That bastard is a hypocrite, Prime Minister Yin pointed at him unhappily. It's too late to say anything now, the Emperor is already involved, this case has to be judged to be right and wrong. If you want to listen to me, then hide your petty thoughts and schemes, and do what you should do. At that time, even if you win the case, you shouldn't take advantage of others, and give them some leeway. It's best if you return the contract on the spot, let bygones be bygones, and go back to where you came from. This way, you'll be in the right, and you won't offend His Majesty, preserving the reputation of the Celestial Commissioner, and no one can say anything wrong about you. Enrich said in a muffled voice, wouldn't this be a waste of effort? Prime Minister Yin was so angry that he fell down. He had already said this much, but this bastard's son was still stubborn. He really wanted to slap him in the face. If you really have the ability to seek revenge for your son, then you shouldn't have gone to that little girl. Who beat Yuanbua into a cripple? Wasn't it that brat from the Xue family? Go and settle the score with him. You don't have much ability, but you're good for showing off. Fine, this old man doesn't care, do what you want, just don't regret it in the future. Even if you regret it, don't expect this old man to care. A bastard son separated from the family, and was considered a side branch. Whether Enrich was good or bad, it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Yin family in court. Prime Minister Yin had always been open-minded, and wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Enrich was most afraid of his old father drawing a clear line between him and him. Even though he was unwilling, he still humbly apologized. Please don't say that, your son wouldn't dare to not listen to you. You're right, this matter can't be too extreme, we have to leave some leeway. But, what did Censor Wang say? This old man can only care about you, how can I care about other people? If he wants to be in the limelight, then let him be. I'm your father, am I also his father? Prime Minister Yin blew his beard and glared at him. Your son understands, don't worry, don't be angry, it's all my fault. Yin Zhorong apologized profusely. Seeing this, Prime Minister Yin's expression finally improved a little. Looking at his naive face, he thought of his other two disappointing sons, and immediately sighed. This old man has been famous all my life, the only failure I have is that I didn't have a good son. You're like this, your eldest brother and third brother are both unreasonable, one is a bookworm, the other is a prodigal son. Take Shuo Lingnan for example, this old man has fought with him for more than 10 years, in the end, he only envied one thing, and that was that he used to have a brilliant eldest son. It's a pity, extreme wisdom will be hurt, and geniuses will have a short life. Yin Zhorong just listened and did not interrupt. He and Shui Zhorong were of the same generation, and he had experienced the period of Shui Zhorong's fame. In Amling, everyone knew the Lang Jun of the Shui family. At the age of 18, Shui Zhorong was the Zhuang Yuan, and even a 6-year-old child could recite the Ode to the Right Way fluently. With such a reputation, who in the world could be a rare modest gentleman? Prime Minister Yin was touched, and he was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with the son of a concubine. Halfway through the journey, he drove Yin Zhorong out of the carriage, planning to turn around and find two old friends to drink to relieve boredom. So Yin Zhorong walked home on his two legs. When he returned to the assistant minister's mansion, Yin Zhorong was extremely tired, but Madame Yin stuck to him and kept asking questions. He was so annoyed that he just took a sip of tea and smashed the cup on the table. There's no end to it, is there? Madame Yin was startled and hid behind him. Only then did she notice that his expression was not good, so she softened her tone and asked carefully, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" Yin Zhorong said with a straight face, His Majesty ordered the 3 departments to jointly investigate and file a case. Madame Yin was delighted. Isn't this good news? That girl refused to go to court no matter what. Now she has no choice. Master, what are you worried about? Yin Zhorong told her what Prime Minister Yin taught him after he left the palace. Madame Yin's expression changed after hearing it. What do you mean by not going to the extreme? Didn't you tell father that they beat Yuanbo into a disabled person? Yuanbo is his grandson. You are just a woman, what do you know? Yin Zhorong said irritably, I thought that His Majesty was suspicious of the Shui family and that Messenger Miaoling couldn't get any benefits. I didn't know that as soon as Shui Rui came back to the capital, the wind changed. In the morning court session, everyone could see that His Majesty favored Yu Shu and wanted to protect her. What do you want me to do? If Prince Ning hadn't asked to supervise the trial, we might not have won the case. Madame Yin let out an "ah" as if a bucket of cold water was poured on her face. She said helplessly, Then what should we do? Are we going to let them go so easily? Do you think I want to? Yin Zhorong said, but this is father's idea. What can I do? Madame Yin's eyes wandered. When she thought of her poor little son, she felt a burning pain in her heart. She couldn't give up and her mind was full of thoughts of revenge. Father only said that we should reconcile after the case is over and return Xiaozui's slave contract after we win the case. He didn't say that we can't settle old scores with them before the trial. You mean? Madame Yin came close to him and whispered in his ear, think about it. We have solid evidence in our hands and Prince Ning is supervising the trial. We have a 100% chance of winning the case. What can she do? We have to make her understand that once she loses the case, her mother will have to return to our mansion as a servant. She must try to save her mother. Father is right. We don't have to be ruthless. As long as she is willing to marry into our family and serve Yuanbo for the rest of her life, no one will make things difficult for her. Yin Zhorong was moved by what she said, but he hesitated. You dare to want such a powerful daughter-in-law? Madame Yin sneered, why wouldn't I dare? As long as she marries into our family, I will be her mother-in-law. If she wants to force me again, I have 100 ways to deal with her. Seeing his expression waver, she added more fuel to the fire. Then again, that girl's skills are amazing. She can make the emperor happy, and even father has a favorable impression of her. Once she becomes our family's daughter-in-law, the benefits won't be small. Yin Zhorong was soft-hearted. When he heard Madame Yin's words and Prime Minister Yin's words were not in conflict, his mind became active. The couple discussed and made a decision. They both felt that it was not too late. Madame Yin volunteered to see Yu Shu before the joint trial of the 3 departments. When Yu Shu returned to the Celestial Commissioner, she first went to Tai Shilu to thank her. She didn't ask about the dispute between her and Assistant Minister Yin's family and gave her a reassuring pill. You are one of the Celestial Commissioner's people. This seat will protect you. The joint trial of the 3 departments is rare. As long as you don't do anything wrong, no one can touch you. That was very powerful and domineering. Yu Shu wasn't worried that she would lose her position. The accusations that Imperial Censor Wang made against her were exaggerated and used to scare cowards. She was only worried that Ning Wang, the supervisor, was playing tricks on her. She couldn't prove that Aunt Shui had escaped from slavery. Just based on the evidence and witnesses in Yin Zhorong's hands, it would be disgusting if Aunt Shui was judged to be an escaped slave. What if the Yin family became angry and took Aunt Shui back to kill her to vent their anger? How could she explain to Xiaoxiu? Therefore, in the evening, she met with Shui Rui at Wangji Lu. The first thing she said was to ask him, you are familiar with the laws. Is there any law that mentions that if the birth mother of an official of the court is a lowly person, what method is there to get her out of slavery? Father Yu was a proper scholar, but Aunt Shui had been a servant to someone else. It wasn't rare for such a thing to happen in a large family. For example, when a servant girl gave birth to a son, the son would be raised to be a concubine of a yinyang. Then when the son of a concubine became an official, the birth mother would naturally not be a lowly person. The only difference was that Aunt Shui gave birth to a daughter for Yu Xiuzai and not a son for Assistant Minister Yin. Shui Rui looked at her worried expression and touched her small hand. It was ice cold. It was obvious that she had been on tenterhooks all day. He regretted not sending her back personally in the morning. At least he could have given her a definite message on the way back so that she would be at ease. Sit down first. He led her to a bench and placed a cup of hot tea in her hands. Don't worry. We won't lose this lawsuit. She was already planning her retreat. It was obvious that she didn't have a chance of winning. Why won't we lose? You don't have to comfort me. Yu Shu didn't take his words seriously and said with a bitter expression, I've asked my mother many times. She doesn't even remember that the Yin family didn't return her the slave contract. My father is also a muddle-headed person. He didn't even take her to the yamen to get rid of her slave registration and return to the village. Later, my mother became a concubine of the 3rd master of the Ji family. She can't explain it clearly. Now Yin Zhorong said that he has my mother's slave contract in his hands. If he dares to sue the emperor, there's an 80% chance that the contract is real. Just this one clause is enough to say that my mother is his family's slave. Shui Rui hid a smile in his eyes. He asked her, who told you that the slave contract in Yin Zhorong's hands is real? If it's not real, then how could it be fake? Yu Shu said, even if it's fake, they can still pass it off as the real one. Who told my parents to be muddle-headed and give others something to use against them? Shui Rui shook his head. He poked her forehead and said, silly girl. Your father isn't muddle-headed at all. Yushu finally felt that something was wrong. She stared at him suspiciously and said, "Why do you have a strange smell when you speak?" It was as if she knew something. Shuirui said, "Where is there a strange smell? Why can't I smell it? Can you smell it again?" As he said that, he leaned toward her. His handsome face was almost touching hers. Yushu pushed his chest and said angrily, "I'm being serious. If you tease me again, I'll leave." Shuirui sat up straight and put away his joking face. He got up and went to the study room next door. After a while, he came out with a small lacquer box in his hand. He showed it to her. Confused, Yushu opened the box to take a look. She saw a roll of paper inside the box. It was yellowed and had a rough edge. At a glance, she could tell that it was quite old. She was slightly stunned. She took it out and rolled it up in disbelief. After a quick glance, she was stunned. This is Aunt Chui's slave contract. Is this real or fake? There was a signature from both the master and the servant. There was also the seal of the yamen. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed to be real. Of course it's true. Shuirui said with certainty, "This contract of indenture was originally in the possession of a granduncle of your Yu clan, and it was personally entrusted to him by your father all those years ago." Yushu's mind was in a mess. She carefully held the slave contract, afraid that she would crush it. Shuirui's voice sounded in her ear. "At the beginning of October, the 9th prince invited me and Jing Qin to Hengwu Hall to watch a play. We happened to see Yin Yuanbua slandering you in public, so I captured him and brought him back to the Supreme Court. I tortured him and found out that his mother intended to marry you. After you refused, she plotted to harm you. In a fit of anger, I beat Yin Yuanbua until he was disabled. I wasn't worried that the Yin clan would seek revenge on me. I was only afraid that they would vent their anger on you. At that time, I was prepared. To prevent them from making a fuss about your background, I secretly sent people to the south to Yiyang to look for your Yu clan. Guai Darren had just returned from Yiyang when he was sent out to investigate old matters. The first time he was unfamiliar, the second time he became familiar. This investigation really allowed him to uncover some incredible details. Shuirui took a sip of his tea and continued, "Your father became a scholar at the age of 15, and this is very impressive in the local area. Even though your grandfather passed away at a young age, he was still a scholar when he was alive. Even your grandmother's maiden family was a country gentleman, and they were rather famous. For generations before your grandfather, the Yu clan had an ancestor who was a 6th-ranked official in the Celestial Commissioner's office. Later, the Yu clan declined. During your grandfather's generation, they moved from Janya to Yiyang. There were very few people left. Father Yu was the only son in 3 generations. He didn't visit his relatives often. Therefore, when he died, Aunt Chui remarried and became a concubine. The news didn't reach the ears of the Yu clan. Otherwise, the Yu clan wouldn't have allowed her to do such evil things." Yushu was stunned. After a while, she said, "You're not lying to me, right?" Shuirui asked her, "Think about when you were young. Before your father died and before your mother remarried, your family didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Were you still considered wealthy?" Yushu was speechless. She wasn't the original, so how could she remember when she was young? She pretended to hold her head and thought about it. She said vaguely, "I don't remember clearly. When I could remember, my mother became a concubine in the Ji family. My younger brother and I lived in a rented house on the street. My mother sent money to us every month. That's why we didn't starve to death." This was true. Every time Yu Xiaoxiu had a nightmare, she would talk about it. She was afraid that she would go back to the bitter days of eating rice and vegetables. Shuirui felt sad. He thought back to when he first met her in Yang City. She was as skinny as a boy. She had a wild and shrewd temperament. She boldly came out to find work just to earn money to support her younger brother. In the past, he felt that he had a lonely life. Until he met her, he realized how lucky he was. His adoptive father treated him like his own son. He grew up in luxury. What was there to be discontented about? It's fine if you don't remember clearly. Shui Rui took the indenture out of her hand and put it back in the lacquer box. He replaced it with a cup of hot tea and placed it in her palm. I'll continue. Don't interrupt me. Listen to me first before you check. Okay. The people I sent to Yiyang found the Yu clan. They snuck into the ancestral hall and peeked at the genealogy. They discovered that you and Xiaoxiu's names were there, but your mother's name wasn't there. Thus, they became suspicious. Gue De flipped through the genealogy of the Yu clan. The next day, he prepared a generous gift and paid a visit. He claimed that he was Yu Shu's servant. He brought the good news that she had entered the Dian High School and entered the court as an official. He spent a lot of effort to win people's trust. The elders of the clan were overjoyed and held a banquet to entertain Gue De. One of the clan's uncles was especially enthusiastic. After getting drunk, under Gue Da's indirect questioning, he spilled the beans. Shui Rui took a breath. Seeing that Yu Shu was listening attentively, she thought that he was telling a story. What did I spill? Is it related to my mother's indenture? Seeing that he had stopped, Yu Shu hurriedly asked. Shui Rui nodded, that's right. More than 10 years ago, your father brought your mother back to the village. Although he didn't marry her officially, he still held a banquet. After you were born, he found this uncle and secretly gave your mother's contract to him, asking him to take care of it. Yu Shu's father's original words were that Aunt Shui used to be a servant of a wealthy family. She had an illicit affair with him, so the master sent her to him. He received the indenture but didn't release her because he knew that Aunt Shui wasn't willing to follow him back to the village. He was afraid that she would have second thoughts in the future and harm her children, so he didn't release her. A servant naturally wouldn't be recorded in the Yu clan's genealogy. So you're saying that my mother never got rid of her slave status? Yu Shu was dumbfounded. Yes, you can say that. Shui Rui was worried that she wouldn't be able to accept this reality, so in order to reassure her, he said, however, your father didn't remarry in his entire life. Now that you've made a name for yourself, you can openly write your mother into the Yu clan's genealogy book. How could he know that Yu Shu didn't care if Aunt Shui could enter the Yu family's genealogy? What she cared about was whether there was a way to release Aunt Shui from her slave status and prevent any future troubles. Now that she had the indenture, she didn't need to worry about anything. This thing, she pointed at the yellowed scroll in the lacquer box, did you steal it or rob it? Shui Rui coughed dryly, what do you mean by stealing or robbing? This was originally given to someone else by your father for safekeeping. He's no longer around, so what's the point of someone else holding on to your mother's indenture? Gue De only needed to use a few tricks to obtain the indenture. Even if that uncle found out that it was missing, he wouldn't say anything. He closed the lacquer box and placed it on her lap. He smiled calmly, keep it well. When the 3 departments hold the trial, I will be present. I won't let you suffer any losses. Yu Shu held the small lacquer box and felt that Shui Rui had put a lot of thought into it. She couldn't even take care of things, but he had thought about it for her. Even if he was in a difficult situation, he wouldn't neglect her. She felt that she couldn't bear it. He had silently done so much for her, so what could she do for him? What's wrong? Shui Rui saw that she didn't look happy and instead revealed a confused expression, which made his heart inexplicably palpitate. Yu Shu blinked her eyes and returned to her senses, asking, since this is my mother's indenture, then the one in Yin Zhorong's hand is fake. That's right. Then I find it strange, she frowned, the Yin family has a fake indenture and still has the guts to report to the imperial court. Unless he's sure that we can't take out the real indenture, where does his confidence come from? Shui Rui's eyes flashed and his words were uncertain. Perhaps Yin Dangshe asked your mother in private, or perhaps your father did something in the past. I don't know. Yushu was speechless as she looked up at the sky. The image of her dead father in her heart suddenly became lofty. There was a saying that went, bad men deceive women for a while, good men deceive women for a lifetime. Chapter 737. 2-in-1. That night, when Yushu returned to the Fu, the first thing she did was to hide Aunt Chui's slave contract. This deadly thing couldn't be used now. After the joint trial of the 3 departments, she would go to the Yamen to completely remove Aunt Chui's slave status. She was impeached on the first day of court. When Yushu returned home, she didn't tell anyone. She didn't want them to be afraid and acted as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the family sat together to eat breakfast. Zhao Hui curiously asked her what the court was like. Yushu gave her a rough description. There are about 200 people. The emperor sits high up and all the civil and military officials have to stand in line. If anyone has something to report, they go up to report. There are also people bickering and quarreling. It's a mess. Zhao Hui said in surprise, who is so daring to quarrel in front of the emperor? Aren't they afraid of being beheaded? In the eyes of ordinary people, the emperor was the same as a man-eating monster. Yushu laughed and said, yes, I was shocked at first, but the emperor didn't get angry. It seems that this is a common thing. Zhao Hui and old Tai Tai he chatted for a while. He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu left early. Yushu didn't need to go out today. Yesterday, she had told Jing Chen that she would rest for the next 2 days. In case someone from the 3 departments suddenly came to visit, she told him to run to Kunling Bureau frequently. Otherwise, he couldn't find someone to make decisions. The date of the joint trial of the 3 departments was to be decided. Before the public trial, the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate had the right to search for evidence and question the plaintiff and the defendant. However, they couldn't use torture or lock them up. They could only give evidence and confessions in court. Shui Rui had explained the steps of the joint trial of the 3 departments to her last night, so she could deal with it in an orderly manner. After breakfast, Yushu was ready to visit Aunt Chui and teach her what to say and what not to say in court. Considering how brainless Aunt Chui was, this task was a little difficult. As she expected, when she told her about the emperor's decree to hold a joint trial with 3 departments, Aunt Chui's hair stood on end. I'm not going to see the official. She panicked. Didn't you say that they have my contract? What if they take me back and lock me up? As she said that, she suddenly pointed at Yushu's nose and cried, you damned girl, are you deliberately trying to harm me? You have no conscience, I can see it from the beginning. You don't have the patience to provide for me, so you want to send me to be ordered around as a slave. You have such a vicious heart. Damn unfilial little bastard, shut up. Yushu grabbed her arm and covered her mouth, interrupting her cursing. She pressed her down on the chair and stared at Yushu with your cold-blooded, your heartless expression. Yushu's temples began to ache. If I was unfilial, would you have been able to eat and drink well and live until now? Yushu held back her anger and said, when the Ji family was destroyed, you were already harmed. If you keep yelling, I'll send you to the Yin family right now and let you see what it means to be unfilial. Aunt Chui was amenable to force but not coaxing. She was frightened by her and obediently listened to what she had to say. Even if you were a servant in the past, you're still my mother. I'm an official. If I'm unfilial, won't I be despised by the world? I'd be stupid to let you be someone else's servant. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me obediently, you'll still be the dignified Mrs. Yu. Yushu tried to frighten her and coax her. She repeatedly told her what to say when she met the official and repeatedly asked her several questions to make sure that she remembered. Only then did she stop. When she walked out of the east wing with a dry mouth and tongue, the sun was already shining on her head. Several maidservants and senior servants of Qingshi Temple were standing outside the wall. Xin was talking to them in an arrogant manner. When she saw Yushu coming out, she left them and quickly walked to her. She reported in a low voice, "This servant has already given them a warning. Do you have anything to say?" Yushu glanced at them and kept a distance. She said in a loud voice with a cold face, "There's been a lot of trouble in the estate recently. None of you should go out and keep your mouths shut. If anyone causes trouble and I find out, it won't be settled with just a beating." They all lowered their heads and said in unison, "This servant doesn't dare." Yushu nodded with satisfaction and left with Xin. Passing through the big garden, they were stopped halfway. In the front yard, Zhou sent a little maidservant to learn how to speak. There was an uninvited guest at the door. The gatehouse doesn't allow people to enter at first. That servant told the gatehouse that their madam wants to discuss a matter of life and death with you. The person who came was Madame Yin Dang. When Zhou heard the gatehouse's notice, he knew that it was an enemy who came, so he quickly asked someone to ask Yushu. A matter of life and death. Yushu said to herself and sneered. Although she didn't know the purpose of Madame Yin Dang's visit, she didn't come with good intentions. She wanted to see what tricks she was playing. Go to the front and tell Zhou to let the madam wait outside the door. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes before going to see her. She sent the little maidservant away and went back to the north wing. She asked Bin Kue to make tea. She let down her hair and took off her boots. Lying on the chaise lounge, she enjoyed a set of tea art leisurely. She dawdled until the sun was high outside. Then she asked someone to comb her hair unhurriedly. Madame Yin Dang was left outside the door for a whole 2 hours. She asked someone to go in and inform the madam several times, but the reply she got was, "My young lady will come out soon. Please wait for a moment, madam." She was so angry that she wanted to leave, but she didn't want to delay business because of a moment of anger. "Stupid girl, when you marry into my family in the future, I'll tighten your skin." Madame Yin Dang scolded in her heart. Sitting in the sedan was stuffy, and it was not convenient to open the curtain to get some fresh air. In the midday sun, she was covered with a layer of sweat, which was very uncomfortable. If she didn't comfort herself like this, she would have left angrily. "Madam, the door is open." The maidservant of the assistant minister's residence lifted a corner of the curtain. Her fair face was red from the sun. She didn't complain, but she was like Madame Yin Dang in her heart, cursing the entire residence. Madame Yin Dang tidied up her appearance and reservedly stretched out her hand to let the maidservant help her get off the sedan. She looked up and saw that the door was half open, but there wasn't even a greeting. She took a deep breath and didn't turn around. She walked step by step through the door. Just now, she saw a stocky steward with a delicate maidservant walking over and greeting her. "Madam has waited for a long time. My young lady is waiting in the garden. Please come in." The maidservant on the side smiled at her and turned sideways to lead the way. "Madam, this way." Madame Yin Dang always felt that these two servants were smiling with bad intentions. She frowned and coldly let the maidservant lead the way to the back garden. Yushu had meticulously arranged the large garden of the Yu residence into a treasured land of feng shui. Due to the wondrous sight of spring all year round, Shui Rui had named it the Perpetual Spring Garden. He had given her a plaque carved from green jade and hung it at the entrance. As soon as Madame Yin Dang entered the garden, she was secretly surprised. It was already the 12th month, and it was going to snow soon. Outside, there were scenes of withered trees, but this garden was full of green and didn't show any signs of decline. After walking a few more steps, she felt a gentle and warm breeze caressing her face, as if it was spring, which made her even more surprised. Passing by the pond and the bamboo forest, she saw red-crowned cranes leisurely drinking water and koi fish jumping on the surface of the water. The ripples sparkled and mist rose. The scenery was very pleasing. The maidservant behind her was dazzled by the scenery and stood there in a daze. Lin, who was leading the way, turned around and saw the master and maidservant in a daze. She covered her mouth and laughed quickly. She reminded them in a sweet voice, "Madam, please follow closely. There are many 8 trigrams formations in this garden. If you accidentally get lost, you won't be able to get out." Madame Dang suddenly came back to her senses and felt a bit embarrassed. She glared at her maidservant and resisted paying attention to the changing scenery around her. She walked forward with a cold face. After passing through a bamboo forest filled with mist, there was a glimmer of hope in front of them. She saw Yu Shu sitting in the pavilion with her hair disheveled and playing with the birds. Madame Dang stood still and snorted coldly, "Miss Yu is too powerful. It's harder than ascending to the heavens to see you." Last time, it was Yu Shu who didn't send the marriage certificates to the families who were close to the assistant minister's residence, forcing Madame Dang to come to plead for them. In the end, she was rejected, which made her angry for a few days. Yu Shu glanced at her and didn't say anything. She held a small plate of cooked egg yolk in her hand and fed it to the reindeer in the cage with the tip of a chopstick. This was the bonus from the treasure house last month. Pei Jing had made a fortune in the crystal business, so he specially found this fine product from the south for her to play with. Give it to me, please." The reindeer jumped up and down in amusement at the food in her hand. It was eloquent and had a southern accent. As soon as it opened its mouth, it made Yu Shu laugh. Madame Dang saw that Yu Shu didn't take her seriously at all and talked to a feathered animal, so she was angry. She lifted the edge of her skirt and went to the pavilion. She sat down opposite Yu Shu and said with a long face, "Your elder is talking to you. Do you have no manners?" She was really raised by a servant. She didn't know the big picture. How could such a lowly person deserve to live in such a good garden? Yu Shu fed the egg yolk to the reindeer and said with drooping eyelids, "You're old and have a bad memory." "So what? I said last time that if people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. A narrow-minded and vicious woman like you has the nerve to pretend to be an elder in front of me. You're really shameless." "Shameless, shameless." The reindeer in the cage followed and tried to get another bite of egg yolk. Madame Dang was humiliated by the person and the reindeer. She couldn't take a breath and her blood vessels shot up from her neck. In an instant, her face turned red and she forgot all the words she had prepared before coming. She slapped the stone table and didn't care about the pain. She just said angrily, "Stinky girl, how dare you talk to me like this? I think you don't care about your mother's life and death." With a clang sound, Yu Shu put down the small plate and it fell on the table. She looked coldly at Madame Dang who threatened her and said, "Is this the important matter of human life that you want to talk to me about?" Madame Dang sneered, "What? Am I wrong? Your mother was a servant in the Yin family. If she didn't elope with someone, how could she live to this day? There might not even be a little b** tch like you in this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax after asking for the grace of noble consort Shui to register your mother's household registration? Let me tell you, you're still too inexperienced. I've kept your mother's contract of slavery for many years. When we go to court, with this evidence, she'll be my family servant in life and my family servant in death. If Yu Shu didn't know that Papa Yu had a trick up his sleeve before he died, seeing Madame Dang's confident look, she would probably think twice in her heart. But the real indenture of Aunt Shui was now in her room. At this time, Madame Dang's threat became a lame monkey show, which was funny and absurd. Don't talk nonsense with me. What do you mean elope? She said expressionlessly, my mother has already told me everything. She used to work for old Madame Ian. Later, old Madame Ian sent her to you to be your master's maid. Out of jealousy, you plotted against my mother and my father. When it was revealed, you jumped out and pretended to be merciful. You betrothed my mother to my father and persuaded Ian Jorong to let them leave the capital city and return to their hometown. My father is a scholar. How could he be so stupid that he didn't ask for my mother's indenture? She pointed out the reason, but Madame Ian Dang was not ashamed. Instead, she scolded with a gloomy face, what a shameless B*tch. How could she say such shameful words to her daughter? Fortunately, I sent her away at that time. Otherwise, she would be a disaster sooner or later. Then she sneered at you Shu, I was wondering why you dared to be stubborn with me. It turns out that you knew that the indenture in my hand was fake. Ha ha ha, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I might as well tell you the truth so that you can give up. Yushu's eyes flashed and she pricked up her ears. She said so much nonsense just to get information from Madame Ian Dang and find out what was hidden in the indenture of the Ian family. Your mother is an idiot. She had an indenture in the past and stored it with old Madame. Later, old Madame gave it to me. I hid it from your mother and only lied to her that once she entered our mansion, she would have to serve old master in the future. So, she couldn't be half-hearted and treat herself as old Madame's maid. In order to show her loyalty, she signed another indenture and sold herself to me. At that time, your father hadn't come to the capital, so I kept this trick. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Madame Ian Dang smiled proudly, your father is also an idiot. In order to let him take your mother away without worry, I gave your father the indenture she signed later. But he didn't have the guts to accept it. Instead, he went to my master behind my back and burned the indenture in front of him. He swore that he wouldn't leak the secret of him having an affair with my maid in order to escape. So, the indenture in my hand is definitely your mother's indenture. You don't have to take chances. Yushu was speechless, not because she was shocked by Madame Ian Dang, but because she knew that Papa you didn't burn the indenture that Madame Ian Dang gave him at all. So this was how Yu Xiuzai deceived Ian Jorong and his wife to escape with Aunt Shui. This trick was like a cicada shedding its carapace, but it met with Madame Ian Dang's substitution. It was really hard to say who was smarter. However, now that she understood the cause and effect, it was even more interesting. Even if the two indentures were real, she could make the sinister husband and wife shoot themselves in the foot. Yushu was silent, and Madame Ian Dang mistakenly thought that she was timid. She followed up with another attack. This time, the joint trial of the three departments will be supervised by Ning Wang. Even if that boy from the Shui family helps you, so what? My master has real evidence that your mother will be judged as an escaped slave of my family. We will capture her and bring her back to the Ian family. Whether to beat or to kill, it will all depend on my decision. If something really happens to your mother, the word filial piety will make you unable to lift your head for the rest of your life and be ridiculed by the world. Yushu's face darkened, and she asked her, you told me so much, just to make me afraid. What is your purpose? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. It's good that you know to be afraid. Madame Ian Dang raised her slender eyebrows triumphantly, and said, our Ian family is not unreasonable and will force you to the road of death. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. My master and I want to bury the hatchet with you, but it depends on whether you know what's good for you. Bury the hatchet. Yushu thought she heard wrong. The other actually came to ask for peace. Yes, I will show you a way to live, Madame Ian Dang calmly stated her conditions. As long as you are willing to marry my Yuanbua and become my daughter-in-law, I will spare you and your mother. When the joint trial of the three departments is over, I will give your mother's indenture to you and return her freedom. You want me to marry Ian Yuanbua? Yushu's voice involuntarily rose. Madame Deng sneered and said, "Yes, I want you to marry my son. Serve her son for the rest of his life, and be a widow for him." Ha ha ha. Yushu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and she laughed so hard that she staggered back and forth. She blurted out, "You fool. Do you think I don't know that Yin Yuanbua had his manhood broken and became a eunuch? You want me to marry him? You're talking in your dreams." Ha, ha ha ha. The reindeer also laughed like her, and flapped its wings in the cage. Madame Deng clenched her teeth, but she didn't curse. She snorted coldly and said, "Are you going to marry him or not?" The laughter stopped abruptly, and Yushu said fiercely, "Only a ghost would marry that bastard." Madame Deng clenched her fists. "I will ask you again, are you going to marry him or not?" "No, I won't." "Good." Madame Deng rose to her feet angrily. She pointed at Yushu's forehead condescendingly and said, "I'll only give you one chance. It's you who chose to die. Don't regret it and beg me when you come to me." Madame Deng was furious. Yushu's eyes were full of coldness, and she grabbed Madame Deng's wrist. She suddenly stood up from the stone bench and was half a head taller than Madame Deng. She suddenly became aggressive. "My father was a scholar, and he had the ambition to serve the country, but his future was ruined by you, a vicious woman. He was alone, and he couldn't resist the power of your Yin family, so he had to give up the imperial examination and was forced to return to his hometown. 10 years of hard work were ruined in one day. He was unable to recover from this setback and died of depression. Come to think of it, you evil woman, and I have a feud of killing my father. I didn't go to the yamen to report you, but you came here to threaten me. I think you must be tired of living." Yushu's father became an official at the age of 15. Although he was not talented, he could be regarded as a real talent. He went to the capital to take the imperial examination. If he didn't live in Yin Zhorong's mansion, if he didn't get drugged by Madame Deng and have an affair with Aunt Chui, and if his ambition didn't be ruined by reality, he might have had a bright future. If he was a heartless person, he would have abandoned concubine Chui and the child in her belly for the sake of his future, but he did not. Perhaps he was not a good husband, not a good father, but he was certainly a good person with a conscience. "Do you believe that I will kill you now to avenge my father?" Yushu grabbed Madame Deng with one hand, grabbed the small plate with egg yolk in the other, and knocked it on the stone table. She pinched the sharp porcelain piece and used it as a knife, and with a trace of scarlet blood on it, she raised it in front of Madame Yin's face. Her eyes showed a fierce glint, and she looked like a bandit. Madame Deng's face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. She kept leaning back, but didn't dare to struggle, for fear that Yushu would pounce on her and scratch her neck. Even if she accidentally scratched her face, it was not a joke. You have something to say. What are you doing?" She turned her eyes and tried to call for help, but found that there was no one outside the pavilion. Even the personal maid she had brought with her was gone. It was like a trap deliberately designed to kill and kill. "What am I doing?" Yushu sneered and said, "Don't you want to force me to the road of death? Then I will drag you down with me first, so that I won't be at a disadvantage. Anyway, I will avenge my father, and when I see him in the underworld, I will have an explanation. I said that out of anger. You can't take it seriously." Madame Deng's legs were weak. She really thought that Yushu wanted to kill her, so she didn't dare to argue with her. "You can't take it seriously. Then what you said just now, were you joking with me?" Yushu's pupils were extremely black, and the whites of her eyes were extremely white. Being stared at by her coldly, Madame Deng felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. She was terrified and didn't dare to move. Yes, I was joking with you." She followed Yushu's meaning and forced a smile, revealing her nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was unbearable to look at. Ha! Yushu suddenly laughed. She loosened her hand and let go of Madame Yin Dang. She threw away the porcelain knife, winked at her, and said naughtily, "I was also joking with you." As she said, she raised her hand and licked her cut finger, making a soft, tut sound. Madame Yin Dang trembled all over and was about to go crazy because of her. Her lips turned blue, and she might faint at any time. At this time, the reindeer came to make fun of her again and shouted at the top of its voice, "Idiot, idiot." It heard what Madame Yin Dang said to Yushu's parents just now, so it used what it learned. Madame Yin Dang was so angry that her heart and lungs were about to explode. Her whole body was so dry that she felt dizzy, and then she passed out. With a plop sound, Yushu saw her eyes turn white and pass out. Ah! Yushu squatted down and put her hand under her nose. She was relieved to find that she was still breathing. It was good that she was not dead. "Come on," she shouted, "find 2 strong old maids and throw her out." "Forget it. Carry her out." As soon as she finished speaking, Xan came with 2 strong old maids and carried the unconscious Madame Yin Dang away. Yushu followed him out and saw Zhou in the front courtyard. She instructed him, "Go make a trip and see that the person is escorted back to the assistant minister's fu. Help me tell that old fellow Yin Zhurong that I told him to look after his stupid wife and not jump around in front of me again. This time she's still breathing, but next time she might not be able to." After saying that, she shook her sleeves, put on her thick cotton shoes, and went back to her room to catch up on sleep with her hair hanging down. When she was far away, Zhou winked at Xan and asked in a low voice with a strange expression, "Miss, why did you knock her out?" Xan secretly rolled her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" It was obviously warm in the garden and Madame Yin was wearing thick clothes. She fainted because of the heat after walking a few steps. "It has nothing to do with you. She didn't knock her out. She was so angry that she passed out. She had learned a lot. But she couldn't tell others about this. Otherwise, how could she marry someone with such a bad temper?" Chapter 738. 3-in-1. Zhou sent Madame Yin back to the assistant minister's residence and conveyed Yushu's warning word for word. Yin Zhurong's face turned green, and Zhou cleverly slipped away before Yin Zhurong lost his temper. When Madame Yin Dang woke up from her coma, she wept and recounted what had happened to her at the Yu residence. She only hid the part where Yushu revealed that she had drugged Yu Xiucai and concubine Cui. Yin Zhurong breathed his last. Like Madame Yin, he had never thought that Yushu would be so ungrateful. "Master, we can't just let it go like this. Don't be fooled by that girl's young age. She's cunning and vicious. She's certain that even if she loses the case, we can't do anything to her, so she's so arrogant. She keeps saying that you ruined her father's future and wants to take revenge on us," Madame Yin said as she wiped her tears. "Nonsense." The veins on Yin Zhurong's forehead throbbed as he said angrily, "Yu Xiucai was a despicable person. I helped him out of kindness, but he hooked up with my servant girl and almost ruined Madame's reputation. How could I allow him to stay in the capital? If Madame hadn't pleaded for Xiaocui, I would have beaten that lowly servant girl to death. If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have been so kind. I should have killed that ingrate and asked her to give birth to a little bastard. She's such a bitch who returns kindness with enmity." Madame Yin couldn't stop cursing. "Enough." Yin Zhurong said impatiently, "What's the point of saying all this? Why didn't you scold her in front of her face? I asked you to scare her, but you were scared silly by her." Madame Yin felt extremely wronged. She had suffered such a great humiliation, but he didn't comfort her and instead blamed her for being incompetent. "Then tell me, what should we do now?" Yin Zhurong sat down gloomily. After thinking for a long time, he finally hardened his heart. We can't just let it go like this. If we don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles in the future. Just like the former Celestial Commissioner, Judge G's family, because they provoked this woman Yushu, in the end, they ended up with a tragic ending. We can't follow in their footsteps. Once the joint trial of the 3 departments is over, we will capture Xiao Chui and first beat her half to death. I don't believe that girl really doesn't care about her mother's life or death. Isn't that going against father's wishes? How are we going to explain this to him? What's there to be afraid of? I'm his son anyway. If he doesn't look out for me when something happens, will he look out for an outsider? When Yin Zhurong said this, he had some confidence. After all, they were father and son. Prime Minister Yin had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When the matter came to light, even if the emperor was angry with him, his father would definitely not ignore him. You're right, Yin Dang was relieved, as if she could see the scene of Yushu kneeling at her feet crying and begging not long after, so she was in the mood to tell Yin Zhurong, today, when I went to her house, I saw a huge garden in her house. It was freezing cold outside, but the garden was full of spring scenery. Inside, she didn't feel cold even though she was wearing a thin layer of clothing. It's not strange. She then described the rare birds, flowers, and trees in Yongchun Garden. Yin Zhurong was doubtful. If there is such a fairy place, it has long been spread throughout the capital. Didn't you say that her housewarming banquet was very lively? Has no one ever walked through her garden? When did that happen? It's not cold yet. How can it be strange? Yin Deng curled her lips and said, didn't you see that the door of her house is closed all day long? How can there be any guests on weekdays? Yin Zhurong had an idea and said with envy, it said that she had an old immortal as her teacher, who has some extraordinary skills. That garden has probably been cultivated into a feng shui treasure land. It's a pity that she has it. Yin Deng rolled her eyes and sneered, when the lawsuit is over and we have her, we will ask her to give up the house in exchange for the safety of her mother. We don't have to worry that she won't agree. The couple had a tacit understanding at this time, but at this time they were trying to take other people's money. They didn't know what would happen in court 3 days later. The Supreme Judiciary, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate searched for evidence, understood the case in advance, and made preparations. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, a public trial was held. The junior official of the Supreme Judiciary, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor formed a joint trial. They investigated separately and tried together. Everyone had different opinions. For example, if the Supreme Judiciary found the defendant innocent through investigation, but the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor both thought the defendant guilty, then in the trial, they would attack each other and give evidence to convince the other side. Only then could they decide whether the defendant was guilty or not and sentence him. On the case of Aunt Shui, Shui Rui, and Imperial Censor Wang were very firm. One wanted to exonerate Yushu, the other wanted to attack her. As a result, the court hearing today started with a strong smell of gunpowder. Yin Zhurong, as the plaintiff, was first brought in for questioning. The other people involved in the case were waiting to be summoned in the side hall. Because it was a public trial, other than Ning Wang sitting at the side, the door of the yamen was wide open. Some people came to see the commotion, and some common people stopped to watch. In a short while, the outside of the door was blocked. Who are you? Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was the oldest, so he was the first to ask. Yin Zhurong reported his family name and handed over the petition. This was a necessary process. There were 2 registrars in the court recording their every word and action as a confession. Imperial Censor Wang reached out to take the petition, glanced at it, and handed it to Assistant Minister Li. Without waiting for him and Shui Rui to read it, he slammed the gavel and shouted, bring the convict slave Chui Ping. Summoning the defendant before even questioning the plaintiff. Assistant Minister Li frowned and turned to look at Shui Rui. Seeing the other looking at the petition with a calm expression, he didn't say anything. In a short while, Aunt Chui was brought in. The Yamen runners on both sides shouted, "Mighty," and she was so scared that she almost fell. She shrunk her head. Moreover, there was the righteous Yin Zhurong beside her. In contrast, she appeared to be even more guilty. "You are Chui Ping." Imperial Censor Wang took the initiative, the one who worked as a servant in the Yin family 17 years ago and later eloped with someone. There was a trap in his words. Aunt Chui only needed to nod and she would fall for it. Fortunately, Yu Shu had been giving her advice for the past few days. She didn't rush to answer when she heard Imperial Censor Wang's question. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the person who asked the question. Seeing that it was an old man with a long face and big nose, she didn't say anything. Instead, she shut her mouth and looked at Shui Rui who was sitting on her right. Yu Shu told her, "When you go to the court, no matter what the ugliest man asks you, you should ignore him. Just stare at my eldest brother and answer whatever he says." Aunt Chui naturally recognized Shui Rui. Imperial Censor Wang didn't see her answer and snorted coldly. He was about to make things difficult but was interrupted by Shui Rui. "Official Wang, don't worry. The plaintiff is here. Why don't you let him identify himself?" He asked Yin Zhurong, "Did this madam you work as a servant in your family in the past?" Yin Zhurong answered yes. He didn't wait for Shui Rui to ask and took the initiative to say, "Her name is Chui Ping. She used to be a servant in my mother's courtyard. Because I got married, I was assigned to live in another residence. My mother was worried that I would be alone outside, so she assigned a few servants for me. Chui Ping is one of them." By saying this, he clearly explained concubine Chui's background and covered up old Madame Yin's intention of sending him a maid who served as a concubine. Shui Rui nodded and looked at Aunt Chui. "Is he right?" Aunt Chui looked at him and nodded. She said foolishly, "Yes." Imperial Censor Wang interrupted, "Then do you also admit that you betrayed your master and stole his belongings?" Aunt Chui shut up and looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui also asked her, "The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhurong, accused you of eloping and stealing his belongings. Did you do it?" "I didn't." Aunt Chui didn't need to look at his face this time to know that she had to deny loudly, "I'm wronged. Please help me, he is making a false accusation." Yu Shu told her that as long as someone asked about her eloping and stealing, she must say that she was wronged. Not only that, but she must also say it loudly. She must not lower her head. When Aunt Chui was young, she yearned for Yin Zhurong. But after more than 10 years, when they met again, the handsome and weak second young master had become a fat middle-aged man in front of her. She didn't have the slightest desire for him. Bang! Censor Wang knocked on the gavel and pointed at concubine Chui as he scolded, "Shut up. We are asking you a question, and you only need to answer yes or no. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will slap your mouth." Official Wang, Assistant Minister Li interrupted coldly, "Although Madam Yu doesn't have an imperial title, she is an official of the imperial court. Her parents can't be punished before the case is finalized." After saying that, he looked at Imperial Censor Wang with slight disdain. His eyes seemed to say, "You don't even know this little bit of criminal law, and you still have the nerve to come out. I feel ashamed for you." Imperial Censor Wang's face turned red and he turned his head to ignore Assistant Minister Li. He didn't say anything else. Shui Rui took the opportunity to question Yin Zhurong. "You accused Madame Yu of eloping and stealing your family's property. What evidence do you have?" "There is a contract signed by Chui Ping and my family." Yin Zhurong slowly provided evidence. Because she eloped with someone, the contract was naturally left behind. That adulterer was originally in the capital to take the imperial examinations. I took pity on his talent and let him stay in my residence. I treated him with good tea and food. I didn't expect him to have evil intentions and secretly touch my family's maidservant. After the matter was exposed, he was afraid that I would make things difficult for him, so he colluded with Cui Ping and stole some property from the upper room. After gathering enough money, they eloped in the middle of the night. This story was no different from the one he used to deceive Prime Minister Yin. At first glance, there was no flaw in it. Following that, Assistant Minister Li first called the witnesses that Yin Zhurong mentioned. They were the old maid in Madame Deng's room and an old doctor who lived in the south of the city. The two of them testified that when Aunt Shui was in the Yin residence, she did have an affair with someone. Assistant Minister Li turned his head to discuss with Shui Rui, Official Shui, what do you think? Isn't there another contract? Bring it here. Yin Zhurong took out an old document from his bosom. Aunt Shui's eyes widened. Yu Shu did not reveal to her that there were two contracts, so she was kept in the dark. She thought that it was a talisman that would bring her death, and her face turned pale. Yin Zhurong glanced at her and laughed coldly in his heart. Now you know fear. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for giving birth to a good daughter. Shui Rui was the first to get his hands on the indenture contract. Yu Shu had already told him about Madame Yinding's trick of substituting the peaches for the peaches. When he carefully examined the contract in his hands, he quickly noticed that it was different from the one he obtained from the Yu clan. Without revealing his emotions, he passed it to Imperial Censor Wang and said, Official Wang, please examine it. Is this real or fake? Imperial Censor Wang had seen this contract before, but he pretended to look at it. He also ordered someone to take Aunt Shui's handprint and handwriting to verify it. He nodded and said, I think it's real. Shui Rui reminded him, although this contract was signed with the Yin family, it was Madame Yin who made the decision. It also has Madame Yin's name and mark on it. We should go to the Prime Minister's residence and let Madame Yin take a look. The slave system in Dan was quite strict. Buying and selling slaves was not only done with a piece of paper. The seller had to sign his name and put his fingerprint on it, but there must also be a legitimate middleman. The buyer's mark would also be left on the contract, and a record would be made at the local yamen. There was only one copy left as proof. No matter who had this contract, as long as it was not returned to the slave, it would always be binding. This was also to avoid the situation where the middleman was cunning and sold more than one slave. Yin Zhurong listened to Shui Rui's words and secretly frowned. He was afraid that Shui Rui would make an issue of this contract and insist that it was forged. Official Shui is making an unnecessary move. There is her signature on it. Is it not enough to prove that it is her contract? Why do you have to trouble Madame Premier? Imperial Censor Wang disagreed. Shui Rui said, Official Wang's words are wrong. The joint trial of the three departments should be fair and impartial. Moreover, this case was personally supervised by His Majesty. How can we be lazy just because we are afraid of trouble? What do you think, Official Li? Assistant Minister Li nodded and said, it should be more rigorous. It is better to send it to Prime Minister Yin's residence to verify it. Imperial Censor Wang saw that they were in cahoots with him and opposed him at every turn. He was already dissatisfied and was about to say something sarcastic when he heard someone say, there is no need to trouble. Waizumo is ill. There is no need to go through her for such a small matter. Just bring it to me and I will know. It was Ning Wang who had spoken. Shui Rui glanced at him but saw the usual hypocritical smile on Lu Hao's face. He looked like he wanted to muddy the waters. Without saying anything, he took the contract and handed it over to him. Lu Hao flipped it around and looked at it. He raised his head and said to Shui Rui, this prince can testify that it is real. Imperial Censor Wang raised his tail again and did not forget to compliment Ning Wang. Wang Yi has filial piety in his heart. It is truly a great kindness. Below, Yin Zhorong gave a sigh of relief and secretly cast a grateful look at Ning Wang. With Ning Wang's testimony, there was no longer any doubt about the authenticity of this contract. Both the witness and the material evidence are here. What else do you have to say? Imperial Censor Wang pointed at Aunt Shui and said coldly, "Do you know that as a servant, you betrayed your master and stole your master's wealth? These two crimes are enough for you to be paraded on the streets and drowned in a pig cage." Aunt Shui's legs turned to jelly. She was counting on Yu Shu to come out and support her. Now that Yu Shu was nowhere to be seen, her superiors were going to convict her. How could she not panic? Out of her wits, she immediately looked like she was going to cry. She fell to the ground on her buttocks and could only say one sentence. I was wronged, I was wronged." Lu Hao looked with interest at Aunt Shui, who was sitting on the ground and acting shamelessly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not associate her with the shrewd and experienced Yu Shu. With such a weak and useless mother, how did she raise such a competitive daughter? Bam! Imperial Censor Wang knocked on the gavel once again, causing Mistress Shui to shut up. He turned around to look at Shui Rui and purposely made things difficult for him. This criminal refuses to confess, and we can't use torture on her. Do you have any way to make her confess? Shui Rui said unhurriedly, "What's the rush? I still have questions to ask." He looked at Yin Zhorong. This official found out that after Yu Furen entered the capital, she stayed at your Fu for a few days. Is that correct? There was such a thing. Yin Zhorong had long been prepared to be asked, so he didn't panic and explained, "At that time, you knew you had just passed the imperial examinations and she had also hooked up with a noble. Cui Yinyang was fearless and came to my Fu to claim kinship. She wanted to marry her daughter to my youngest son and shamelessly refused to leave my house. In the end, it was Yu who came to fetch her. If Yu Shu was present, she would definitely spit on his face. At that time, it was Yin Dang who had taken a fancy to her identity as the great Yan Nuzi and thought that this kind of daughter-in-law was easy to manipulate, so she detained Aunt Shui in her house and sent a matchmaker to Zhao Hui's house to propose marriage. In the end, she was chased out by Yu Shu. Shui Rui's expression turned cold and he questioned him, "If that is the case, then you had already seen Yu Furen. Then why did you not report her at that time? Why did you wait until after the matter was over to bring up old scores?" "Because my Furen is kind, so I wanted to let her go." Yin Zhorong answered quickly, but his reason was a bit forced. He really could not find a better explanation. On the day of Madame Yin Dang's birthday, Yu Shu and Aunt Shui were also invited. Many people saw them living in harmony. Assistant Minister Li frowned and said, "Then why do you want to report her now?" "It's because that mother and daughter bullied others too much. After the marriage failed, they went around to ruin my son's reputation and ruined several marriages. My Furen was so angry that she could not get out of bed. Should I just swallow this humiliation?" Yin Zhorong said with a face full of unwillingness and humiliation. Imperial Censor Wang said angrily, "The slave bullied the master, the slave bullied the master. It's simply despicable. How can this kind of wicked slave be tolerated?" Yin Zhorong also pointed at Aunt Shui and sternly scolded her, "You lowly servant. In the past, you shamelessly had an illicit affair with someone. My Furen and I were benevolent and spared your life. You lowly person do not know how to repay our kindness. Time has passed and now you come to me to seek revenge. You really deserve to die." Aunt Shui was scared silly by Imperial Censor Wang earlier. Now that she was being scolded by him, she became a bit more clear-headed. She knew that she had been wronged and felt indignant. When she heard him call her a lowly person, she did not know where she got the courage to crawl up from the ground. She wiped away her snot and tears and trembled as she tugged at his sleeve. She cried, "Master, why did you harm me like this? It was clearly Furen who saw that I was pregnant and didn't want me to announce it, so she sent me away with him. How did it become me eloping? Master, you can't lie like this. You're forcing me to die. In any case, I have served you before. Based on our past relationship, please be merciful and spare me. Yin Zhurong saw that she had rubbed that lump of filth on his sleeve. The yellow and white color was disgusting. He also heard her mumbling about past relationship. He was so embarrassed that his neck and face turned red. He used all his strength to shake her off, and the two of them started to tug at each other from below. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of relationship do we have? Lowly person. Master, you can't be so heartless. Back then, I served you with all my heart. How could you forget about it? Master, sob. Aunt Shui was crying her heart out. Shut up, lowly person. Master. Hearing these cries, the crowd outside the yamen burst into laughter. It was obvious that they were enjoying the show. Shui Rui looked at this scene coldly. Before Imperial Censor Wang could do anything, he grabbed the gavel and slammed it on the table. Paw! Summon the witness, the female Celestial Commissioner, Imperial official Yu Shu. A moment later, Yu Shu arrived. The first thing she did when she entered was look around. She didn't know what had happened earlier, but she could roughly guess what had happened based on the expressions of the crowd. Who are you? What relationship do you have with the defendant? Assistant Minister Li asked. Although he and Yu Shu were neighbors, they didn't have much of a relationship. Thus, there was no awkwardness in meeting her in court. I am Yu Shu, the female official of the current Celestial Commissioner's Kunling Bureau. The defendant is my birth mother. Yu Shu's last 4 words were spoken clearly. She didn't seem to be trying to avoid suspicion, nor did she feel ashamed. This kind of calmness made the onlookers who were snickering outside the door speechless. They looked at each other and actually felt embarrassed. No matter how unbearable that woman was, her own daughter didn't despise her. What was there for them to laugh about? From the moment Yu Shu appeared, Lu Hao put away his smile and silently stared at her every move. No one knew what he was thinking in his mind. When Aunt Shui saw that Yu Shu had arrived, she threw Yin Zhurong aside and turned to pounce on her with tears and snot. Yu Shu didn't avoid her. She hugged her shoulder and took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Assistant Minister Li coughed lightly and didn't say anything else. Just as Shui Rui was about to speak, Imperial Censor Wang interrupted. You say that this is your mother. Then do you know that she and your father had an illicit relationship and later eloped? In reality, she was a servant in someone else's residence. Yu Shu coaxed Aunt Shui and raised her eyes to look at the aggressive Imperial Censor Wang. A few days ago, at the Imperial Court, he had led the charge to impeach her. She didn't defend herself. Today, in front of him, she didn't plan on pretending to be a grandson. I know that my mother was once a Yahuan in the Fu of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhurong. As to the illicit relationship, it is not true. Imperial Censor Wang seemed to have predicted that she would quibble. He raised the indenture contract that Yin Zhurong had handed over and sneered, if your mother didn't elope, then why is the indenture contract still in the hands of the owner? Yu Shu replied, that is fake. Ning Wang personally verified it. How can it be fake? Can I take a look? Why not, take it to her. Imperial Censor Wang was very generous. When Yu Shu received the indenture contract, she was the same as Shui Rui. She first confirmed a few points and then said with certainty, this is fake. Stubborn, Yin Zhurong snorted coldly at the side. His Highness Ning Wang and several Darren have verified the authenticity. On it, there is your mother's handprint and signature, and also my mother's mark. It really can't be any more real. What right do you have to say that this is fake? Yu Shu didn't even look at him. Her hand reached into the wide sleeve of her robe and took out a scroll. She said, because my mother's real indenture contract is with me. Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Outside the court, there was an uproar. Only Shui Rui calmly said, "Bring it up." Yu Shu handed it over. Shui Rui held it in his hand and identified it with Assistant Minister Li. Imperial Censor Wang stretched his neck to take a look. He saw that they were comparing the two indenture contracts. It was obvious that the seller was the same person, but when it came to the owner, there was a difference. The contract that Yin Zhurong took out had old Madame Yin's mark. On this contract, there was someone else's mark. Just looking at the mark and the seal, he couldn't tell who it was. Aha, this is obviously fake, Imperial Censor Wang concluded. Yu Shu, you have guts. You dare to forge evidence to deceive the court. How should you be punished? Yu Shu smiled as she looked at him. She turned her head to Yin Zhurong, who had an expression of seeing a ghost the moment she took out the indenture contract. She said, "Assistant Minister Yin, dare I ask your wife's name? Is it Yurong?" Yin Zhurong's body stiffened. He couldn't answer. The others didn't understand. Assistant Minister Li, who was holding the two indenture contracts, was the first to react. He looked down and read it again. He said to Yu Shu in surprise, "Could it be that this indenture contract was made by old Madame Yin?" Yu Shu replied, "Yin Zhurong's wife, Madame Yin Dang. Her surname is Dang and her name is Yurong. This indenture contract was made by her more than 10 years ago. This commoner girl has grievances. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Imperial Censor Wang widened his eyes and was about to speak when Shui Rui cut him off. "Speak. Actually, this is what happened." Yu Shu gave a simple and clear account of how Aunt Shui was given to the son of a concubine by old Madame Yin. Madame Yin deceived Aunt Shui into signing another indenture contract. When the matter between Scholar Yu and Aunt Shui was exposed, she returned this indenture contract to Scholar Yu in order to send the two away. My father was a scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He lived in the outer courtyard of his house. How could he get together with old Madame's servant girl? Someone must have deliberately set them up. Regardless of who that person was, after the incident, Assistant Minister Yin drove my parents away. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed and his wife's reputation would be tarnished. My father felt guilty towards Assistant Minister Yin. In order to protect my mother and the child in her womb, he had no choice but to give up the imperial examinations and bring my mother back to the village to get married. However, because he left in a hurry, he didn't go to the yamen to remove my mother's household registration. He was afraid that my mother would be sad if she found out, so he hid her indenture contract. Later, when my father died, this indenture contract was passed through many hands before it landed in my hands. Because of his last words, I didn't tell my mother. According to her description, Scholar Yu seemed to be a good man who was affectionate and righteous. He was not the ungrateful villain that Yin Zhurong had described him to be. Among the people present, Aunt Shui had the biggest reaction. She had never thought that Scholar Yu had done anything for her. When she heard this, she was stunned. Yin Zhurong, on the other hand, was unusually silent. Only the flickering in his eyes betrayed his panic at the moment. Assistant Minister Li looked pensive, but Censor Wang didn't care and reprimanded him. "Don't make irresponsible remarks. Do you think you can distort the truth with just your mouth? I think you found someone to forge this indenture contract and made up such a story to exonerate your mother. Unfortunately, your words are full of loopholes. Even if you lie endlessly, you can't cover up the truth." Yu Shu sneered. "Then, Official Wang, why don't you tell me what I said is wrong?" Censor Wang was proud of his intelligence. When she provoked him, he said without hesitation, you said that this indenture contract was re-signed by Madame Yin and your mother. This is a lie. Your mother was originally old Madame Yin's maidservant. She already had an indenture contract. Why would she need to sign another one? Moreover, she was already a slave. If her master didn't release her, it would be illegal for her to sign a second indenture contract. Madame Yin came from a wealthy family. How could she not understand this? How could she knowingly break the law? Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not the right place, she really wanted to applaud him. He really sold out a good teammate. She looked at Yin Zhurong again. He could no longer pretend to be calm. His face was pale. Now that things had come to this, how could he not guess that Scholar Yu had cheated him more than 10 years ago? Official Wang is right, Shui Rui continued expressionlessly. Her old master hasn't been released. Signing another indenture contract is a crime. Knowingly doing it, it is an additional crime. Both master and servant are guilty of the same crime. They should receive 30 lashes and be imprisoned for 15 days. Censor Wang completely did not notice that something was wrong with Yin Zhurong's expression and continued to sell out his teammate. Exactly. Official Shui is familiar with the laws. Official Li, what do you think? Assistant Minister Li was much smarter than him. He still held the 2 indentures in his hand. Looking at the calm and steady Yushu, he already had a conclusion in his heart. He only needed one last step to verify it. Come, go to the Assistant Minister's Fu and retrieve Yin Furen's imprint and handwritten letter. Whether it is real or fake, we will know once we verify it. The bailiffs obeyed. Censor Wang glanced smugly at Shui Rui as though victory was in his grasp. Just now, Ning Wang had verified that the indenture contract that Yin Zhurong had taken out was real, so he was sure that the one that Yushu had taken out was fake. Yin Zhurong watched as the bailiffs ran away. His heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to run back home and tell Yin Dangshe not to take out the imprint, even if it was a futile effort. The evidence collected by the 3 bureaus wasn't something that you could refuse to give just because you wanted to. Yushu sensed his anxiety and helplessness. She thought, if Yin Zhurong is smart, he should think of a way out now. Otherwise, when the dust settles, the consequences won't just be a few lashes. In order to control Aunt Shui, Yin Zhurong signed the indenture contract. This was not only solid evidence that she knowingly broke the law, but also solid evidence that she was disobedient and unfilial. Just think, old Madame Yin, as a mother-in-law, gave her daughter-in-law, a servant, and even gave her the indenture contract. However, she wanted to deceive her superiors and make a new one, causing Aunt Shui to change owners. To put it in perspective, she was scheming and shrewd. To put it in perspective, she was disobedient and unfilial to old Madame Yin. Milord, Yin Zhurong gritted his teeth and said, this concerns an insider. Someone forged the indenture in her name. Shouldn't she come forward to testify? Shui Rui looked at him. His eyes seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He let Assistant Minister Li be the good guy. Send someone to invite the Assistant Minister's wife, Assistant Minister Li said. Prince Ning simply closed his eyes and rested. They waited for almost an hour. The Yamen runner who went to the Assistant Minister's mansion to collect evidence came back with Madame Yin. Madame Yin came to the court with a nervous expression. She must have asked the Yamen runner about what had happened on the way here. She stood behind Yin Zhurong without saying a word. She secretly looked in the direction of Prince Ning and suppressed the fear in her heart. Yushu noticed her small movements. A sneer flashed across her eyes. Soon, Assistant Minister Li and Shui Rui jointly verified the authenticity of the indenture contract that Yushu took out. At the same time, Censor Wang also burst into a strange cry of disbelief. This, how is this possible? Assistant Minister Li shook his head and pushed the 2 indentures to him. Then, for the first time today, he knocked on the gavel and questioned the people in the court in a cold voice. This indenture contract is real. What do you have to say for yourself? Normally, if both indentures were real, they would have the effect of restraining the servants. However, the 2 indentures were signed by 2 different people. How could a servant have 2 masters? This kind of illegal thing happened. It was Aunt Chui's fault for being stupid. Yin Zhorong and Madame Yin also had to bear the responsibility. I don't know. Aunt Chui stupidly said the only smart thing she said today. Yes, she didn't know. When I signed this indenture contract, it was Madame who told me that she had torn the contract with old Madame. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell myself again. This was the truth. She didn't have the courage. Madame Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed at Aunt Chui and scolded, "You traitorous B***tch, you've, slap." Before she could finish her words, she was slapped loudly in the face, which stunned her. She looked back at Yin Zhorong, who had raised his hand, and saw that he was looking at her angrily. "Well, how dare you do such a shameful thing behind my back? When has mother ever mistreated you? Why do you have to play tricks like this? You didn't even let go of a maidservant. Since you returned her indenture contract, why did you hide it from me? You lied to me and said that they eloped and made me come here to make a fool of myself." Madame Yin was stunned. "Master, I didn't do that." "You've, slap." She slapped her again. Yin Zhorong was afraid that she would talk nonsense and get him involved if the matter was exposed, so he didn't give her a chance to speak. All he could think about now was that he couldn't let Prime Minister Yin know that he had lied to him, and he couldn't let his official mother think that he was not filial. As for who would take the blame, only Madame Yin could take the blame. "How dare you say that you didn't? You evil woman, I thought it was strange that Suaping was a maidservant in your yard. How could she have an affair with a scholar in the outer yard? If you hadn't been so careless, how could they have had the chance to do such a shameful thing? I thought you were a virtuous person, but it turns out that you also have evil intentions." The husband and wife had been in the same bed for 20 years, but they suddenly turned hostile. Madame Yin was shocked and distressed. At this time, she also realized that the master saw that there was no hope of retracting the confession and wanted her to take the blame, so he was eager to cut ties with her. Yu Shu stood next to them and watched the husband and wife fall out on the spot. She couldn't say how happy she was, but she also felt a little emotional. She patted Aunt Chui's shoulder and really wanted to say to her, "Look, this is the rich young master you liked in the past." In order to protect himself, he could even abandon his wife who gave birth to his children. Think about Yu Xiuzai, the pitiful person you despised until his death, but he was willing to give up his future for you and your children, go back to his hometown and live with you alone. Slap. Enough. Shui Rui hit the gavel again and said in a hoarse voice, "Madame Yin Deng, let me ask you, 17 years ago, when Madame Yu was a slave in your family, after she had an affair with Yu Xiuzai, did the 2 elope, or did you release their slave contract and let them go?" Madame Yin Deng's eyes were filled with Yin Zhorong's twisted face. She covered her burning cheeks and trembled, afraid that he would give her another slap in front of everyone. When she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but admit, "Yes. I was the one who sold myself to Yu Xiuzai behind the master's back." "Then you also admit that you later tricked Madame Yu into revising the slave contract you gave him?" Shui Rui's tone was very sharp. "Yes." Madame Yin Deng sobbed. She could have shook her head and found an excuse to drag Aunt Chui down with her, but she wasn't in the right state of mind at this time, so Shui Rui took advantage of the situation and exonerated Aunt Chui. After Shui Rui finished questioning, he whispered a few words to Assistant Minister Li, and then interrogated Yin Zhorong and the 2 witnesses separately. He easily overturned the previous confession, and no one paid attention to the dumbstruck Imperial Censor Wang. Not long after, they came to a conclusion. Assistant Minister Li drew a fire stick from the pot and handed it to Shui Rui, indicating that he would pronounce the verdict. Shui Rui was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He briefly exchanged a glance with Yu Shu in midair and loudly said, "After the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice's investigation, the case of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhurong, accusing the imperial eunuch's biological mother, Madame Yu, of secretly escaping was a false accusation. Now, because Madame Yu is a good citizen, the 2 contracts of slavery should be returned to her. Madame Yin Deng revising the slave contract and giving a false confession will be punished with 30 lashes and imprisonment for 15 days. As for Madame Yu, because she was deceived, she is not guilty and will only be imprisoned for 3 days." When he finished, he looked at Prince Ning and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Highness will supervise the trial from the side. Do you have any objections?" Lu Hao glanced at Yin Zhurong and his wife, and his eyes paused on Yu Shu for a moment. He slowly stood up and said, "The officials are very perceptive and can be said to be fair. I have no objections. I will return to the palace and report to Imperial Father. Farewell." He walked out with his guards and attendants, not even looking at Yin Zhurong's pleading eyes. Shui Rui threw a fire stick behind him and said ruthlessly, Chapter 739. Whipping was a simple punishment that could be carried out on the spot. The 3 departments had a high power in the trial. Even though Madame Yin had the title of honorary lady, she still received 30 lashes in public, all on her back. Fortunately, she was wearing thick clothes in the cold weather, so her clothes didn't become tattered because of the whipping. As soon as the execution was over, Madame Yin Deng fainted. It was because of the pain, but also because of the humiliation. Concubine Cui hid behind Yu Shu and watched the whole process of Madame Yin Deng being beaten. She was scared to death and had a shadow in her heart, so she stayed quiet for a long time after the incident. Yin Zhurong was glad that he escaped a disaster, but he pretended to be angry because he was deceived by others. He was afraid that what happened today would spread to Prime Minister Yin and destroy their relationship. Therefore, when Madame Yin fainted on the spot, he didn't come forward to care about her. Instead, when she was taken away by the officials to serve her sentence, he left in a hurry. He had to clarify in front of Prime Minister Yin before others gossiped. Aunt Cui was also taken away. Before leaving, she pulled Yu Shu's hand pitifully and said, "Don't forget to pick me up." Yu Shu nodded perfunctorily. With Shui Rui's care, Concubine Cui's imprisonment was almost the same as confinement, so there was nothing to worry about. Yu Shu, on the other hand, wanted Concubine Cui to suffer a little so that she would learn from her mistakes. After Madame Yin and Aunt Cui were taken away, the crowd outside the yamen didn't have anything to watch and quickly dispersed. It was believed that the people of Anling City would have a new topic to talk about in their spare time. The 3 chief judges changed to the back hall to talk. It was mainly Shui Rui and Assistant Minister Li who checked the statements and organized the case to present to the emperor. Censor Wang stood at the side and watched helplessly. It was the complete opposite of his enthusiasm during the trial. He wanted to pretend that he didn't exist. But Shui Rui wouldn't let him get away with it. "Lord Wang, the case is clear now. Do you still want to impeach Yu Nuyu?" Wang Jiao looked embarrassed. Yin Zhurong and his wife had both admitted that Yu Shu's mother had not eloped, but had returned the indenture. Therefore, Yu Shu was naturally in the right to beat up the officials who had come to arrest her, not to mention the crime of shielding her. What was there to impeach? But earlier in the imperial court, his words were too firm. Now he had failed. If he didn't impeach Yin Zhurong, he would be slapping his own face. In the end, it was all Yin Zhurong's fault. He was fooled by a woman and made such a big mistake. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Wang Jiao tried to smooth things over. Shui Rui didn't joke around with him. With a serious expression, he said, "Do you think impeaching an official is child's play? As an imperial censor of the imperial censorate, your actions were careless. As an inquisitor, you only listened to one side of the story. This is unfair. I will write a memorial to His Majesty in full detail. Good luck to you." Assistant Minister Li, who was pretending to read through the confession, was surprised to hear him sharply criticizing Imperial Censor Wang. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at him. As the eldest legitimate grandson of the Shui family, Shui Rui had always had a good reputation. This was inseparable from his smooth and slick personality. Why did he suddenly become so unforgiving? Wang Jiao's expression changed. His embarrassment turned into anger. He said, "Vice Minister Shui, why are you acting like this?" Shui Rui said coldly, "If you have the heart to admit your mistake, then you should personally apologize to Yu Nuyu. After all, you once wrongly accused her in front of all the civil and military officials of the court and insulted her parents. If you don't feel ashamed, then I can only invite you to explain yourself in front of His Majesty." Wang Jiao finally understood. Shui Rui was threatening him. If he didn't apologize to Yu Shu, he would sue him for dereliction of duty. You, don't go too far. After all, he had a guilty conscience. He didn't have much confidence in his words. "Official Wang, go home and reflect on your actions. After tomorrow, when I finish writing the memorial, I will return to the palace to report." When the three departments jointly concluded the case, the Supreme Court would handle it. The subsequent punishments would be carried out by the Ministry of Justice. Wang Jiao's face was swollen. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He could only watch as Shui Rui flung his sleeves and left. Official Wang, Assistant Minister Li kindly reminded him, "If you want to apologize to someone, it's better to do it as soon as possible." Didn't Shui Rui leave a deadline? If Censor Wang didn't personally apologize by tomorrow at the latest, then he would sue him. He wasn't joking. But even if he did apologize, his position as the Vice Minister of the Imperial Censor would probably come to an end. I sigh. Wang Jiao's shoulders slumped. It was too late for regrets. In the end, he was the one who wanted to fish in troubled waters and use Yu Shu as a stepping stone to advance. In the end, he didn't have the ability and stepped on empty air. Who could he blame? Here, he would advise those petty people who only cared about profit. There were indeed shortcuts to promotion and wealth, but be careful not to trip over them. In the palace. Inside the peaceful palace, Lu Hao was reporting the results of the three departments' joint trial to Emperor Zhao Qing. The Grand Commissioner was outside the palace asking for an audience. Emperor Zhao Qing interrupted him and called him in. "My beloved subject, come and listen as well. What a muddled case this is." When he was asked to recount it again, Lu Hao didn't show the slightest reluctance. He didn't even take a sip of tea and started from the beginning. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Grand Commissioner didn't interrupt until he finished talking about Shui Rui's verdict. Lu Hao didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he exaggerate. The truth was clear for all to see. It wasn't wise to make things difficult for him now. Prime Minister Yin has such a muddle-headed son who was fooled by a woman. He didn't even know what was right and wrong before running to us to complain. What a disgrace. Emperor Zhao Qing shook his head to express his pity, but there was no displeasure on his face. Lu Hao's expression didn't change. It was as if Emperor Zhao Qing didn't belittle his maternal uncle. The Grand Commissioner evaluated, Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. Her birth mother was so unbearable, but she didn't despise or abandon her. She didn't hesitate to be criticized by others to seek justice for her mother. This subject believes that she can be a role model. Emperor Zhaoqing smiled and said, there were people who accused her of covering up. Now it looks like it's all because of her filial piety. Fine, since you've spoken up for her, we will reward her and let her be justified. When he finished, he turned to Lu Hao and said pleasantly, you've done a good job. Go back and rest. Lu Hao thus took his leave. After he left, Emperor Zhaoqing's expression immediately changed. He slammed the table and angrily said, this Yin Zhurong, does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that we are also a fool? Who can he fool with his little tricks? If it wasn't for his old man's face, would we have let him go to the Ministry of Revenue to earn money? Instead, he urged the imperial censors to undermine us. We think that he doesn't want to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue anymore. Prime Minister Yin had 3 sons. The eldest Di's son was a bookworm and didn't understand the ways of the world. He could only stay in the Hanlin Academy and compile books. The 3rd son was also born of the first wife. He was neither skilled in literature nor in martial arts, but he was a first-class debauchee. When it came to the 2nd son, Yin Zhurong, although his aptitude was mediocre, he was more capable than the first 2. Thus, he became the leader of his generation. Prime Minister Yin shamelessly arranged for him to be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, and he steadily became the assistant minister. Fortunately, the eldest branch produced Yin Yuanrong. Otherwise, after another 10 years, when Prime Minister Yin passed away, the Yin family wouldn't even have a backbone. Your Majesty, please quell your anger, the Grand Commissioner said. Yin Zhurong is a bastard son, but he has been better off than the eldest Di's son. It's normal for him to get carried away. This time, he's been taught a lesson. Prime Minister Yin will definitely keep him in check in the future. Moreover, this is a special time. It's not appropriate to change the people in court. Emperor Zhaoqing frowned and brought the teacup to his mouth. He paused and said, has there been any movement in the Prince of Dongjing's residence recently? Lady Wei and Princess Chun Wei are staying in the residence obediently and rarely go out. Lady Wei isn't an ordinary woman. She must have seen the current situation clearly. If she wants to escape the capital, she will definitely plan before making a move. The decree to dispatch troops should have reached Ningdong City. I want to see if the Jiang family will be forced to do something desperate. Emperor Zhaoqing sneered. It was obvious that he was certain that Prince of Dongjing was disloyal. The Grand Commissioner's expression was indifferent. He took out a small ternary luo pan from his sleeve and placed it in his palm. He touched the heavenly lake with his fingertip, and the inner compass began to rotate as if it had a mind of its own. Looking northeast, metal restrains wood, and is in charge of killing. The appearance of the star of the left reverses the heaven and earth. He slowly recited with a worried expression. When Emperor Zhaoqing heard this, he asked, what does this divination mean? The Grand Commissioner hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, Prince of Dongjing is destined to bring disaster to the world. The star of the left is his destined benefactor. If we can't subdue him as soon as possible, once the 2 of them meet, the situation will become unstoppable. Emperor Zhaoqing's expression changed. Can you divine where this star of the left comes from? The Grand Commissioner activated the luopan again. This time, he focused and observed for a long time before saying in a deep voice, this child's parents are not fated. If he's a man, he'll be adopted. If he's a woman, both parents will die. Because he has both wealth and longevity, it's not good for a husband and wife. If he doesn't marry late, he'll become a widower. There were too many people who fit these conditions. If he wanted to start with this person, it would be easier to cut off the source of Prince of Dongjing. Emperor Zhaoqing shook his head in disappointment and didn't pursue the matter. In the morning, Yu Shu went out with Aunt Chui. When she returned, she was alone. Seeing that she couldn't hide Aunt Chui's disappearance from Zhao Hui, she took advantage of dinner time. When He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the medical center, the whole family was present. She briefly explained the joint hearing between the three departments. Zhao Hui was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Yu Xiaoxiu asked anxiously, "Is mother in prison right now?" Yu Shu nodded. "She'll be released after 3 days. Don't worry, your brother Shui is on duty at the Supreme Court. Mother will be fine." "Why didn't you say anything about such a big thing before?" He Fangji reprimanded him. "It's not like there aren't any elders in the family. Even if they can't help you, they can still discuss a solution with you. Alright, you're just afraid that we'll worry for nothing. You said it yourself, worrying won't help." Zhao Hui interrupted him. She put food in his bowl and said angrily, "The Yin family is really despicable. This Yin family is really despicable. They're evil to the core. Earlier on, they actually had the face to ask a matchmaker to come and propose marriage. Now, they're trying to harm someone. Luckily, your father had a good idea and secretly hid your mother's contract, so their evil plan didn't succeed." Yu Shu didn't divulge that Shui Rui had sent people to her clan to swindle her into selling herself, and when she turned around and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's deeply worried expression, she rubbed his head and said, "If you're worried, then I'll take you to the prison tomorrow afternoon to have a look." Yu Xiaoxiu said softly, "Okay." After dinner, Yu Shu stayed to talk with Zhao Hui. Yu Xiaoxiu went back to his room to do his homework. He was absent-minded the whole night. Bai Ran poured tea for him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, young master? You can tell me if you're unhappy." Yu Xiaoxiu had always been close to him, so he didn't hide it. He told her all the grievances between the Yin family and his family. In the end, he said gloomily, "I just feel that I'm useless. I'm the only male in the family, but I can't do anything. I have to let my sister, a girl, do everything. She has to take care of everything. When can I be a man and let her rely on me?" Hearing this, Bai Ran thought that he was a child after all. He was innocent and cute. She looked at him with a smile and coaxed, "Then young master, grow up quickly. One day, you'll be a man of indomitable spirit." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously and said, "If only I had half of Brother Shui's ability in the future." Chapter 740. When Yu Shu went out early in the morning, she was stopped at the main door. Imperial Censor Wang blocked her way with a sullen expression. Behind him were 2 servants with gifts in their hands. I was deceived in your mother's case and made a mistake. I hope, lady, you can forgive me." Imperial Censor Wang was like a duck being forced onto a perch. He apologized and had his servants put down the gifts. He raised his head and gave her an awkward smile. He was just waiting for her to forgive him, then he would have completed his task. Yu Shu could tell that he was being perfunctory. She didn't say a word and didn't even look at the gifts on the ground. She walked around him and boarded the sedan. Imperial Censor Wang was dumbfounded. He took 2 steps forward and wanted to chase after her. Lu Hong and Su Qing were quick to stop him and said in a serious tone, "Official Wang, please wait." Imperial Censor Wang couldn't force his way through and could only stretch his neck and shout, "Lady Yu, what is the meaning of this?" Yu Shu lifted the curtain of the sedan and revealed half of her face. She smiled coldly at him and said, "I heard clearly what that horse said during the morning court session. You humiliated my parents first and framed me for my birth. Do you think you can get away with just a few apologies? Let me tell you, there is no way. Get out of my sight." As she said this, she let down the curtain and left the sedan, leaving Imperial Censor Wang stomping his feet. He was so angry that his eyes were twisted and his mouth slanted. He was the one who came looking for a scolding and there was no one to judge. Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in a good mood. Everyone in the Kunling Bureau knew about the joint trial between the 3 departments. However, no one was stupid enough to mention it in front of her. Everyone went about their daily business as usual. Jing Chen also came to take attendance today. Yu Shu and he went upstairs to talk. They first talked about yesterday's case. Although it was not convenient for Jing Chen to be present, he had sent people to the yamen to listen to the trial. You are really patient. Since you have your mother's contract, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why did you have to go to court? If I took it out earlier, would Yin Zhorong have the guts to sue me? I want to see him shoot himself in the foot. Yu Shu muttered in her heart, if Shui Rui hadn't given her a killer move, she wouldn't have thought of counterattacking. Jing Chen was long used to her unforgiving temper. Moreover, the Yin family reaped what they sowed, so they could not blame her for cheating. So he did not mention it again. Today he stayed at the Kunling bureau to wait for her because he had something else to say. Even though Yu Shu kept avoiding this question, he could not mention it. The emperor did not pursue the crime of Prime Minister Shui's offense, and Brother Shui was also restored to his position. Do you think that the Shui family will be safe from now on? Yu Shu's complexion turned from sunny to cloudy. She shook her head and said, no. She had a premonition that the emperor was playing hard to get. Jing Chen said, that's good. You may not know, but the emperor put the Shui family on hold because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first, not because he wants to let the Shui family go. Yu Shu raised her arm and rubbed her chin. She thought, even Jing Chen knows that the Jiang family is in trouble. It seems that the emperor is really determined to deal with Prince of Dongjing. In this way, if Shui Rui wants to help the Jiang mother and daughter escape the capital, he will have to bear a huge risk. I have heard a little about the matter of Prince of Dongjing residence. Yu Shu did not want to reveal the relationship between Shui Rui and Jiang Huaying. She said vaguely, the emperor ordered Prince of Dongjing to send troops to Dongying, and also secretly restricted Lady Wei and her daughter from leaving the capital. It seems to be to force Prince of Dongjing to cut off his own wings. Fortunately, Jing Chen did not care where she heard the news from. He only told her with a serious expression, Prince of Dongjing has a lot of troops in his hands. Once the Jiang family revolts, the world is bound to be in chaos. I am worried that the emperor and the great advice will make you break your life for me in advance. It is better for you to plan ahead of time. Yu Shu frowned. The saying of breaking one's life originated from the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. This treasure was now in the hands of Yunhua. During the trip to the princess tomb, she had a deep conversation with Yunhua. She knew that breaking one's life for Jing Chen was not like what the great advice said, that she and Jing Chen should get married and have children. She emphasized this point to Jing Chen at that time so that he would not have any unrealistic hope for her. However, Yunhua did not tell her what the real way to break one's life was. He only wanted her to be his mouthpiece so that Shui Rui could understand his own life. Although I don't know why the great advice lied to me and said that I need to marry you to help me break my life, I have a feeling that he is not talking nonsense. The real way to break one's life must be related to this. So, Jing Chen paused and turned his head so that she could not see his gloomy face. He said in a low voice, if you don't want to be forced to marry me by them, you have to find my father as soon as possible and ask him about the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. Yu Shu could not help but smile bitterly. How could I not know that? But he has to be willing to see me. Looking at her expression, Jing Chen said doubtfully, didn't my father make an agreement with you that as long as you help him find someone, he will lend you the book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens? Why didn't you find that person? Yu Shu's expression became gloomy. I found that person. It was Shui Rui. But I went to meet him according to the contact information your father left for me, but I couldn't find him. This was because the scumbag Yunhua left her with a fake address. Helping him find someone was just a cover, bastard. Ah. Jing Chen looked confused. Why didn't I find him? Maybe he was afraid that I would leak his information. Yushu casually found an excuse. When she saw Jing Chen's disappointed expression, she criticized Yunhua in her heart. Jing Chen was worried. What should we do? Yushu was also worried. Let's take one step at a time. In fact, it was not impossible to find Yunhua. The expert named Jin Ku, whom Shui Rui brought back, was said to be Yunhua's adopted son. He must know where Yunhua was. But if she wanted to pry open Jin Ku's mouth, she needed Shui Rui's help. She knew that Shui Rui had a grudge against Yunhua and was unwilling to meet him, so how could she make things difficult for him? So, since Shui Rui returned to the capital, she had not mentioned Yunhua in front of him, let alone asked him to take her to see Yunhua. Jing Chen and Yushu stared at each other. Not long after, he suddenly turned his head, looked outside the door, and said softly, "Someone is coming." Yushu understood and closed her mouth. After a while, she heard footsteps outside the door. Someone outside reported that someone from Taishi Tower had sent a message and that the master wanted to see Yushu. Yushu turned her head to look at Jing Chen, and her eyes widened. She thought to herself, it can't be so fast. Did this jinx really get it right? Jing Chen shook his head at her and mouthed to her, "It doesn't matter. Go." "Got it. I'll go down now." Yushu walked away doubtfully. She carefully went all the way to Taishi Tower. When she saw the master, she realized that she was overthinking. The master hadn't come to find her to force a duck onto a perch, but to deal with the joint trial of the 3 departments yesterday. Ning Wang entered the palace yesterday to report on the proceedings of the trial. I listened from the side. The master did not disguise his praise as he said to her, "You responded very well. To deal with people with bad intentions, you should give them a taste of their own medicine, and have them suffer the consequences of their actions." Yushu felt that the meaning behind his words was, Yin Zhurong and Wang Jiao, those 2 cowards, dared to oppose me, the celestial commissioner. You were able to give them a hard slap. This seat is very gratified. She lowered her head and pretended to be bashful. She then heard him say, "The Holy One knows that you have been wrong this time." Yin Zhurong was too excessive and should have been severely punished, but due to Prime Minister Yin's feelings, he could only privately reprimand him. As to you, the Holy One has other compensations. He hopes that you will not pursue this. She heard the meaning in his words. She knew that Emperor Zhao Qing had seen through Yin Zhurong's plan to escape and was angry. No matter what Yin Zhurong's goal in framing her was, it had affected the reputation of a wise ruler that Emperor Zhao Qing had painstakingly created after the Water and Continent Conference. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. And Yushu had protected her own reputation, which was protecting Emperor Zhao Qing's reputation. So Yin Zhurong should be punished and Yushu should be rewarded. The Holy One is wise. Yushu bowed in the direction of the imperial palace and then said to the master, "This lowly official will obey the Holy One's orders. If he didn't pursue it, then he wouldn't pursue it. In any case, with this old debt, Yin Zhurong wouldn't be able to advance in his career." Yin Dengshi had been whipped and lost all face, and wouldn't be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. Yin Yuanbui had become a eunuch. For a person who was lustful, this was the most tragic end. In short, this family had only themselves to blame and were not worthy of sympathy. You should not be lacking in worldly possessions. If there is anything you want, feel free to tell me. I can mention it to the Holy One when I enter the palace later. The master once again showed Yushu that he looked at her differently. Yushu hesitated slightly but did not pretend to refuse. Instead, she said seriously, "I do have a request, but I don't know if it is appropriate. Please advise me. Tell me." Yushu said, "My mother was of low birth. Even though my daughter has become an official and has a title, there are still people who look down on her and use her birth to make a fuss. It's not that I dislike my mother, but I have a younger brother who is growing up. In the future, he will either pass the imperial examinations or marry and have children. I don't want him to be troubled by this and not be able to lift his head. If the Holy One rewards me, I dare to ask that my mother be given the title of Lady of Nobility so that she will no longer be looked down upon by others, and my younger brother can live an upright life. Aunt Shui was secondary. She was mainly considering for Yu Xiaoxiu. A boy's self-esteem was always stronger. She was not the original body and had no feelings for Aunt Shui. That was why she could calmly face the fact that her birth mother had been a servant and that her parents had an illicit relationship. But for Yu Xiaoxiu, it was much more difficult. The master's gaze on her became more gentle. I have said in front of the Holy One that Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. I was right. You can rest assured and go back and wait for the good news. Chapter 741. 8 Yu Xiaoxiu was absent-minded the whole morning. When the headmaster was explaining the scriptures, he stared at the textbook in a daze. Bai Ran looked at him and shook her head secretly. She secretly took a pen and notes on a piece of white paper. She would let him copy it into the book when he got home. Finally, the class was over at noon. The headmaster of the academy collected the homework from the previous 2 days and left. The silence in the classroom was swept away, and it became noisy. Bai Ran helped Yu Xiaoxiu put the books, brush and ink into the book box. She pushed his shoulder and said, "Young master, let's go." Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu came back to his senses. He looked around blankly, stood up and walked out. Hu Tian'er was playing with a student in front of him. Seeing that the master and servant were about to leave, she quickly grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and asked curiously, "Why are you leaving so soon? Are you playing truant?" Baichuan Academy's tuition fee of 50 taels of silver a month was not paid for nothing. There were 2 classes in the morning and afternoon, and lunch was provided in the middle. There was rice and meat. Although it was not a sumptuous meal, it was enough to make you full. Most students stayed for lunch and continued to attend classes in the afternoon. I have something to do at home. I have to go back first. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little hesitant. In fact, Yu Shu said that she would take him to visit the Supreme Court in the afternoon. What's the matter? Hu Tian'er was a tactless person. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and did not let go. She pestered him and said, "I brought new crickets today and want to play with you." Yu Xiaoxiu could not fool her, and he did not want to tell others that his mother was in prison. Bai Ran saw that he was in a difficult situation and interrupted, "Master Hu, my daughter is on a break today. She will take you to meet a guest in the afternoon. Tomorrow, she will play with you again." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly. Hu Tian'er had to let him go. As soon as they left, someone came to Hu Tian'er and whispered in his ear, "Don't get too close to Yu Xiu in the future. My mother said that his mother used to be a servant and eloped with someone." How shameless. When Hu Tian heard that, she slapped him across the face and scolded him in a low voice, "You're the shameless one. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense?" He covered his face and shouted, "I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your father and mother if Yu Xiu's mother was a servant at the assistant minister's fu. If she eloped with someone, if she wasn't, I'll twist my head off." Everyone in the classroom heard the shout and turned to look at the 2 of them. Hu Tian'er was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't care about the consequences and pounced on the man, pressing him to the ground and punching him. "If you keep farting, I'll beat you to death." How could he not know about Yu Xiaoxiu's mother? His grandfather was the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Guo Huai. He even knew about the trial yesterday. But so what? He just loved to play with Xiaoxiu and no one could stop him. The two of them wrestled together and knocked over the tables and chairs. Two girls in the classroom screamed, but no one dared to step forward to stop them for fear of being hurt by them. A clever boy squeezed out of the crowd and wanted to find the headmaster. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing at the back door. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was seeing things. Yu Xiaoxiu walked quickly down the corridor. When he saw the main gate of the academy, he almost started running. Bai Ran followed closely behind him with the bookcase in her arms, not daring to call out to him. Fortunately, he stopped when he reached the main gate of the academy. "Young master." Bai Ran ran to his side and saw him biting his cheek with red eyes. He looked like he was about to cry. She couldn't help but comfort him. That person was talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Didn't young master who teach him a lesson? Calm down and don't cry. When the girl comes to pick you up and sees you like this, she will definitely ask. If she knows that someone bullied you in the academy, she will be furious. Yu Xiaoxiu sniffled and said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry. I won't cry. I'm not a girl." He lowered his head to look at his toes and said, "I didn't run away on purpose just now. I was just afraid that Hu Tian would look down on me if he knew about my mother." Hu Tian was the first friend he had made in his life, and he didn't want to lose this friendship. Bai Ran couldn't persuade him anymore. A person's heart could only be seen after a long journey. Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in the morning and left. She first went to Wang Jilu to pack 2 dishes. One was for Shui Rui and the other was for Aunt Shui. She changed to a carriage and went to Baichuan Academy to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu to visit the Supreme Court. Shui Rui put aside the case at hand and personally took the siblings to the prison. Aunt Shui didn't commit a serious crime, so she was locked up in the women's prison. From the head of the prison to the jailer, everyone was a female servant. It was worth mentioning that Aunt Shui and Madame Yin Deng lived in the next room. The former madam and the maidservant were separated by a mud wall today. They were both covered in dirt. It was hard to tell who was nobler than who. Madame Yin Deng, who had been tortured, was lying lifelessly on the wooden bed. She looked more miserable than Aunt Shui. Shui Rui called the head of the prison to lead the way for Yu Shu. He waited outside and didn't follow them in. As soon as concubine Shui saw Yu Xiaoxiu behind Yu Shu, she crawled up from the corner of the wall. She was still wrapped in a quilt, and her eyes were full of tears. She grabbed onto the cell door and stammered, "My son, why are you here?" Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand for her to hold and said bitterly, "Mother, are you okay?" Aunt Shui cried and laughed at the same time. "I'm okay. What can happen to me? With your sister's face, no one dares to bully me in prison." These words were pleasing to the ear. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Looking at Aunt Shui with disheveled hair and dirty face, she felt a little different from before. She didn't dwell on it. She asked the head of the prison to open the door and took the food and wine in. When Aunt Shui and Yu Xiaoxiu finished talking, she also set the food and wine and asked them to sit down. There was a lot of hay in the prison, but Yu Shu didn't mind it being dirty. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to sit on the floor and poured a glass of spicy wine for Aunt Shui. "Drink it. It will warm your body and sleep well at night." It was a simple sentence, but it touched Aunt Shui's nerves. She burst into tears again. While crying, she said, "I thought about it all night. I let him down." Yu Shu crossed her legs and didn't answer. She just listened to her talking to herself. "Your father was a good man. He didn't mistreat me when he was alive. Even after he died, he didn't forget to bless me. I'm a muddle-headed person who can't tell good from bad. I've been holding a grudge against him all these years. When he died, I couldn't be a widow for him, and I didn't take care of his son and daughter. Fortunately, you two worked hard. Otherwise, when I die, I won't have the face to meet him in the underworld. After saying that, she held the glass of wine and drank it in one breath. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know what to say, so he kept putting food for her. Yu Shu just poured wine and drank it. Thinking of Yu Xiaoxiu's father, she was also full of emotions, but she didn't have the mood to talk to Aunt Shui. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yu Shu left with Yu Xiaoxiu. When they passed by Madame Yin Dang's cell, they looked inside. She was lying on the simple wooden bed, motionless, as if she was asleep. Yu Shu sneered and walked out of the cell without looking back. Shui Rui couldn't leave the Supreme Court due to his official duties, so he sent the siblings to the main gate. Yu Shu had Yu Xiaoxiu wait for her in the carriage. She and Shui Rui walked a few steps away and stood on the side of the street to talk. This morning, Censor Wang came to apologize and was scolded by me. Shui Rui smiled and asked her, "Did you vent your anger?" He was satisfied when he saw Yu Shu nod with a smile. Originally, he forced Wang Jiao to apologize to Yu Shu so that she could vent her anger. He didn't think that she would forgive him. This morning, I saw Jing Qin at the Kunling Bureau. She covered her mouth with one hand, afraid that others would hear. She leaned close to him and whispered, from his tone, His Majesty didn't want to deal with the Shui family because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first. Didn't Jiang Mia beg you to send them out of the capital? Did you agree to it? Shui Rui's expression didn't change. He nodded and said, I have agreed. Yu Shu sighed and thought that if Shui Rui didn't agree, it would be fine. If it didn't work, she could refuse. But she knew that he was a man of his word and never went back on it. This time, she had to take the risk. Then, have you arranged everything? When are you leaving? Do you need my help? She couldn't help but ask. Counting the days, Prince of Dongjing should have received the imperial edict to send troops. Whether he would obey or not depended on whether the Jiang mother and daughter could escape. Shui Rui met her eager eyes and laughed, It's not a good thing. You don't need to get involved. Yu Shu curled her lips and said, If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I don't want to hear it. I'm leaving. She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. It wasn't that she was unhappy. Shui Rui hid it from her not because he didn't trust her, but because he didn't want her to get involved. Shui Rui watched her leave in the carriage, and only then did he put on a solemn expression before turning around and entering the Supreme Court. When he encountered his acquainted colleagues, he didn't engage in small talk and laughter like he did in the past, and he only nodded in a reserved manner before brushing past them. Back at the mansion, Yu Shu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu had something on his mind. She asked him a few questions. Seeing that he refused to say, she let him go to the clinic to find He Fangji as an apprentice. It was still early, so Yu Shu asked someone to boil a large bucket of hot water to take a bath. After the bath, the sun hadn't gone down yet. She was a little sleepy, so she hastily dried her hair and lay on the bed to take a nap. When she was in a daze, she felt that someone was covering her with a quilt. When she opened her eyes, she saw An Beikue who was gently pulling the two corners of the quilt. Queasy, she yawned, leaned on one arm, and looked at the dusk outside the window with her head pillowed. She asked her, Didn't you go to Bai Ran today to learn how to read? And Beikue replied softly, I went and just came back. Don't you want to sleep for a while? Ever since Yu Shu sent her to learn how to read and read with Bai Ran, her Chinese became more and more accurate. Even Irwain could be heard. Yu Shu smiled and said, I'm not going to sleep. I'll have dinner later. You accompany me to talk. What did you learn today? And Beikue bent her knees and sat on the foot of the bed. She raised her blushing face and said, I learned several festivals. There's the Dragon Boat Festival, the Double Ninth Festival, the Laba Festival, and the Lantern Festival. Doesn't your country also have such festivals? As far as she knew, the calendar of Japan was passed down from the mainland. The festivals that and should have were also copied in Japan. There is, but it's not the same, and Bakue said. Brother Bai said that we should eat zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival, drink realgar wine on the Double Ninth Festival, make laba porridge on the Laba Festival, and boil glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival. Queasy hasn't eaten these snacks before. Yushu laughed, so you're the one who's greedy. And Bakue said shyly, Miss, the day after tomorrow is the Laba Festival. Brother Bai also told Queasy that the rich often give porridge to the poor. Does our residents also give porridge outside? Yushu was stumped by her question. No one had mentioned this in front of her before. She didn't even think about it. This kind of good deed of accumulating virtue could be done. Chapter 742. After dinner, Yushu called Bai Ran to the north and asked, Little Kuei said that you talked to her about the Laba Festival and about giving porridge. Is that right? Bai Ran stood in front of her in a slightly reserved manner and answered with his head lowered, I just mentioned a few words. Before my ancestor was convicted and his house was confiscated, my grandmother was kind and charitable. As long as I can remember, she would build a porridge shed outside the city to help the poor during the Laba Festival every year. I heard that there was a drought in the north this year, and many refugees moved to the capital region. I think there will be many rich families giving porridge, so I talked about it in front of little Kuei. Please don't blame me. His grandfather, Bai Wei, was originally a Jiangzhou Jidushi. Because of the failure in the Northwest War 2 years ago, he was sentenced to death by Emperor Zhao Qing in anger. As a sinner, he was sold into the consecrated institute. Well, Yushu nodded and did not comment. She believed in her heart that he was like her, a person from another world. She did not have the slightest memory of the original owner. Even if he said he remembered when he was a child, it could only mean that he came earlier than her at most. In that case, you should have some understanding of the distribution of porridge. How about this? I'll give you some money and manpower. You go and make arrangements to set up a porridge stall outside the city to provide for the refugees nearby. Is that okay? Bai Ran did not agree immediately. Yushu saw that he was a little hesitant, so she asked, Can't you do it? No, it's just that today is the 6th day. If I arrange it, I can only open the porridge shed after 3 days, which is the 10th day. I'll miss the Laba Festival. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, If you miss it, then you miss it. Who made the rule that you can only give porridge on the Laba Festival? Besides, it's not just for 1 or 2 days. You just need to come up with a plan and calculate how much money you need to spend every day, and then come to me to get the money. Remember not to be too stingy. You can't do it for 10 or 8 days, so it's not in vain. She understood what Bai Ran meant. Choosing a rich family to give porridge on the Laba Festival was not only to do good deeds, but more importantly, to gain a good reputation. Although it was only 2 or 3 days late, it seemed insincere. However, she didn't care. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. She simply wanted to do something good and spread her wealth. She had earned quite a lot of money in the past few months. Taking out 1,000 or so taels was just a small gesture. Bai Ran raised her head and quickly glanced at her. After confirming that she wasn't joking, she agreed. Go back. Remember to tell Xiaoxiu that you don't need to accompany him to the academy these days. Yushu had long felt that it was a waste of talent to let Bai Ran be Yu Xiaoxiu's errand boy. She seized the opportunity to assign him tasks. With the little spy and Biki watching him every day, she was not afraid that he would overturn the heavens. Bai Ran accepted the task, but he didn't hurry to leave. He hesitantly told Yushu about what had happened in Baichuan Academy during the day. It wasn't that he wanted to stir up trouble, but he was worried that Yu Xiaoxiu would be ostracized in the academy. If he stayed here for too long, it would affect his studies. Yu Shu listened with a frown. She thought for a moment and said, "What do you think if I don't let Xiaoxiu go to the academy and hire a teacher for him to go home?" Bai Ran didn't expect that she would ask for his opinion, so he couldn't answer for a moment. Yu Shu continued, "I sent him to study so that he could make a few more friends. He's wholeheartedly focused on studying medicine, so he's not good at writing poems and essays. I don't expect him to pass the imperial examinations in the future, so I sent him to study so that he can understand and understand. Listening to what you said, he is not happy in the academy. He doesn't make many friends, and people always criticize him. It's better to let him go home and hire a teacher to teach him alone. He can be more at ease." She wasn't a feudal family head who forced her children to study rigidly. She didn't force Yu Xiaoxiu to study even though he didn't like to study, let alone go to school. To put it bluntly, letting him go to school was to find a place for him to learn and have fun, not to let him suffer. You get along well with Xiaoxiu. Ask him for me if he wants to continue to go to school or go home to hire a teacher. Tell me later. Bai Ran understood when he heard this. Yu Shu didn't ask for his opinion at all. She just wanted him to go home and learn. He envied Yu Xiaoxiu from the bottom of his heart. He had such an open-minded elder sister who made decisions for him, so he didn't have to worry about his future. After Bai Ran left, Yu Shu said to Axayan, "Open the warehouse early tomorrow morning. I remember someone gave a set of good 4 treasures of the study and a box of tung oil cigarettes from Huiqingjai. Take them and send them to Bai Ran. His calligraphy is excellent, so it's not a waste to give them to him." Since she found out that Bai Ran and she were the same kind of person, she couldn't order him around like a servant. Since they couldn't recognize each other, she might as well give him some preferential treatment. The next day, Bai Ran figured out the cost of setting up the shed to distribute porridge. Yu Shu roughly looked at it. According to the shed, 3 pots would be set up, and the stove would be heated twice in the morning and in the evening. 15 pots of porridge would be cooked. Rice and flour accounted for most of the ingredients, plus miscellaneous items. It would cost 200 taels of silver a day. Money was a small matter. The key was the lack of manpower. The porridge could be cooked at home and then sent outside the city, but on the day of distribution, there needed to be at least 10 people present. Yu Shu thought about it and also found Zhou Hu. She asked him to arrange a shift for the guards, 5 people in a rotation. The next day, they would go to the porridge shed outside the city to help. Xin and Nbeikue would help Bai Ran. She also picked 2 or 3 handymen from the front yard. That was enough. Yu Shu gave Bai Ran a stack of silver notes and a small box of silver ingots. There were more than 2,000 taels of silver. She directly calculated the expenses for 10 days and gave it to him. It was 10 times more than the 200 taels of silver he got when he sold himself. Bai Ran was surprised by her trust. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He just got a reward this morning. The set of brush, ink, paper and inkstone, as well as the excellent tung oil cigarette. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think it was something to reward a servant. It seemed that it was specially selected as a gift. He didn't feel it before. It seemed that since Xiao Kuei learned to read with him, the girl treated him differently. Could it be that Xiao Kuei said good things about him in front of the girl? Bai Ran could only explain the sudden attention that Yu Shu paid to him in this way. Write down the daily expenses and show it to me every 3 days. Yu Shu paid and gave it to others. She didn't want to care about it anymore. In the evening, Zhao Hui learned that Yu Shu was going to give porridge outside the city. She called her to the room, took out 200 taels of silver, and said to her, "This is the old lady's and my share. Take advantage of your free ride to do a good deed. Don't think it's too little. It's really pitiful that I can still get married and have children at this age. Seeing Xiao Chuan grow up day by day, I want to do more good deeds for him. He Fengji's medical center had a plaque given by the emperor. Although it was cheap to see a doctor and buy medicine, it was stable. It was a lot to be able to make 200 taels of profit a month. Now, Zhao Hui and old Madam He took out so much of their private money to add a share. It was also sincere. Yu Shu didn't refuse. She said seriously, in my opinion, I don't know how much good deeds Godfather has done to be able to marry a good wife like you. Zhao Hui gently pinched her face and said with a smile, then I don't know how many good deeds I have done in my previous life to be able to meet a savior like you in this life. That night, Yu Shu asked Baikue to send 200 taels of silver to buy Ran. She told him that it was donated by the old lady and the madam. She asked him to buy more red dates and peanuts to make porridge and not to be stingy. On the day of the Laba festival, the entire Celestial Commissioner Mu Xiu, 3 divisions and 2 bureaus were left with only the gatekeepers. Yu Shu got up a moment later than usual. After casually washing up, she put on a newly made cloak and went to the dining room in front for breakfast. Yesterday, Zhao Hui specially told her to have porridge with the whole family this morning. The breakfast was quite sumptuous. A bowl of laba porridge alone had more than 20 kinds of ingredients. In addition to the indispensable white rice, carrots, and green vegetables, there were also lotus seeds, sweet potatoes, white fungus, and so on. The porridge was soft and fragrant. When one scooped a spoonful of it, it was still shredded, and the smell was enough to make people want to eat it. In addition, there were fried spring rolls, lard cakes, and scallion beef buns as the main dishes. Together with Zhao Hui's homemade red and white radish strips and honey chicken feet, Yu Shu only stopped after drinking 3 small bowls of porridge. She was so full that she burped. He Fengji and Yu Xiaoxiu were not inferior. Zhao Hui looked happy. When it was time to eat, she said to Yu Shu, I asked the kitchen to make an extra portion. Later, you can go see your mother while it's warm. I can pick her up tomorrow. There's no need to trouble yourself. She was locked up for a total of 3 days. She went in on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year. Not counting the half a day, she could come out on the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. Zhao Hui disapprovingly said, what trouble? Today is the New Year's Eve. It must be uncomfortable for her to be alone in that kind of place. What's the point of making an extra trip? Yu Shu really didn't want to go. Aren't we going to worship today? I don't have time. Xin go to the front and see if Lu Hong and Su Qing have eaten. Let them feed the horses and leave in a while. The Yu family situation was a bit special. After Aunt Chui remarried, she didn't burn paper for Yu Xiuzai's grave. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu left Yang City, they didn't bring their ancestors' memorial tablets. It was only after Zhao Hui reminded them that they carved a few reincarnation tablets and placed them in Ascending Cloud Temple to enjoy the incense. Therefore, on the day of worship, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu would go to the Taoist temple to burn incense. Go see your mother first, and then go to the Taoist temple. Zhao Hui put on a posture that said she had to go. Yu Shu had to admit defeat. She turned her head and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, are you going or not? Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to go, but he had to go to school as usual today. The academy didn't allow him to rest until the end of the year. Yu Shu patted his head and said, just ask someone to take a vacation. Let's go back to the room to change clothes and see my mother with me. But there is a test today. Can I not go? Yu Xiaoxiu looked hesitant. What are you afraid of? I said I won't go, so I won't go. Yu Shu took his hand and walked out. In order to coax Yu Shu to go see Aunt Chui, Zhao Hui didn't interrupt. After the siblings left hand in hand, she said to He Fengji worriedly, is Xiao Yu spoiling Xiaoxiu too much? How can he not go to school just because you said so? He Fengji didn't find it strange because Yu Shu had reported it to her in advance. After explaining the cause and effect to her, Xiao Hui didn't have any objection. She just sighed and suddenly lamented, as parents, you only know how to say that your children are unfilial. When will you think about whether you have done anything wrong to your children? I hope that after this lesson, little Xiao's mother will learn from her mistakes and stop causing trouble for the two children. He Fengji nodded in understanding. Yu Shu didn't have to trouble Shui Rui when she went to visit the prison today. She was unfamiliar the first time and became familiar the second time. When she saw the warden, she stuffed a piece of silver into his hand and smoothly saw concubine Chui. Aunt Chui sat in the cold and damp cell, holding a hot bowl of laba porridge. She drank it and cried. Yu Xiaoxiu comforted her in a low voice. Yu Shu patiently waited until she was full and cried enough before leaving with Yu Xiaoxiu. The two came out of the prison and didn't go back home. Instead, they went straight to the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. Today was a festival, so the street was very lively in the daytime. It was even more crowded after passing through Qianyuan Street to the south of the city. Performers, medicine sellers, and prostitutes could be seen everywhere. They were all trying their best to make more money before the end of the year and have a good new year. Yu Xiaoxiu leaned on the window and looked all the way. He temporarily forgot his worries. When they arrived at the city gate, the carriage stopped. Lu Zhong said outside, "Miss, there are many people at the city gate. There is a queue to go in and out." The closer it was to the end of the year, the stricter the security of Anling City was. Only the south side of the city could be used. It opened at sunrise and was closed at night. Yu Shu pressed Yu Xiaoxiu's head and looked outside. Sure enough, it was too crowded to squeeze through. Then let's wait. But it didn't take long before there was a noise in front. Lu Hong and Su Qing were both there. One stayed to take care of them, and the other got off the horse to see what was going on. After a while, Su Qing came back. He stood under the window and reported to Yu Shu, "They are disaster victims from the north. There are a lot of porridge stalls under the high wall outside the city. They are all waiting for porridge to be distributed, so the road is blocked." Some disaster victims wanted to sneak into the city, but they were caught by the garrison guards. They are driving people out. The carriage is too big to pass, so we have to wait for the crowd to disperse. Yu Shu sat in the carriage for a long time and felt bored. Hearing this, she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's get out of the carriage and take a few steps. We can take another carriage after we get out of the city." Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped out of the carriage like a monkey and turned around to help her get down. Lu Hong and Su Qing discussed it for a while. The former followed them, and the latter went with Lu Zhong. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu followed the flow of the crowd and squeezed their way out of the city. Looking around, they saw a row of porridge stalls at the foot of the city wall. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and each stall was crowded with people. The victims, who were emaciated and dressed in rags, were all stretching their hands out, trying to grab a bowl of hot porridge to fill their stomachs. At first glance, they looked like a group of hungry ghosts reincarnated. Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the scene. He grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, why are there so many people?" Yu Shu had mixed feelings. It was also the first time she saw such a situation. 500 years later, there were very few people in the country who didn't have enough to eat. Disaster victims was just a synonym. But this was 500 years ago. In the feudal society, there were exorbitant taxes and heavy taxes. When there were droughts and floods, farmers lost their harvests and their fields. They could only become refugees and leave their homes to beg for food. Even if Dawn was said to have been peaceful for 300 years, it was no exception. Don't look. In a few days, our family will also send people to distribute porridge. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and walked forward slowly. Not far behind them, there were two porridge stalls connected together. The servant who was distributing porridge with a spoon put his hands on his waist and shouted. Chapter 743. From the day of the Laba Day onwards, Prince Dongjing's mansion distributed porridge outside the city. Because Madame Wei and Jiang Mia didn't show up from beginning to end, the news reached the palace. Emperor Zhao Qing only thought that Prince Dongjing's mansion took the opportunity to buy people's hearts, so he turned a blind eye and let them do what they wanted. This was because every move of the entire Prince Dongjing's mansion was under the surveillance of the palace's secret agents. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family couldn't take a step out of the capital unless they grew wings and hid themselves. Yushu only heard about the Jiang family's big move to help the disaster victims 2 days later. Bai Ran acted steadily. On the 10th day of the new year, she hung the Yu family's flag outside the temporarily built porridge stall outside the city and joined the disaster relief team. When Bai Ran returned from the stall in the evening, she reported to Yushu and told her, "The porridge in our mansion is very affordable. 1 bowl can be half thick. Some people only have a few grains of rice in 1 bowl when they give out porridge. The most generous one is Prince Dongjing's mansion. I've seen their porridge, and they can hold up 2 chopsticks. The disaster victims outside the porridge stall can drown people." When Yushu heard this, she muttered in her heart. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family ran to do charity at this critical moment. It was most likely Shui Rui's idea. However, she couldn't figure out how he would help them escape the capital by giving out porridge, which seemed to have nothing to do with it. Seeing that she was deep in thought, Bai Ran quietly left. Yushu couldn't figure out a clue after thinking for a whole night. The next day, she couldn't help but want to find Shui Rui and ask him about it. However, an imperial edict sent her back home from the Celestial Commissioner's office. Aunt Shui had been made a lady of nobility. Although the emperor had told her everything and she really got the edict, Yushu still felt surprised. The defects of her and Xiaoxiu's birth had finally been completely smoothed out. Aunt Shui was even worse off. She had just been released from prison 2 days ago, and the moldy smell on her body hadn't even been completely removed. Then, a big pie fell from the sky and smashed into her, making her dizzy and unable to tell north from south. Yushu did not care about her feelings for the time being. She held the imperial edict and went to the Meridian Gate to express her gratitude. To tell the truth, Aunt Shui was not worthy of the title of Lady of Honor, be it her conduct or her merits. The honor obtained by a child was not as legitimate as the honor brought by a husband. However, Emperor Zhao Qing was exceptionally merciful in order to give her a proper name. She knelt in front of the Meridian Gate. Although Emperor Zhao Qing did not summon her, he sent a eunuch from the Hall of Tranquil Peace to pass on the message. Yushu put on an expression of gratitude and kowtowed a few more times before leaving. Then he went back to the Celestial Commissioner to report to the Great Commissioner, and received a few words of wisdom. There are many civil and military officials in the imperial court, but there are only a few who are highly regarded by the emperor. Since you have this kind of good fortune, you should know how to cherish your good fortune, eat the emperor's salary, and be loyal to the emperor. Don't let down the emperor's kindness. Yushu always felt that these words were to give her a heads up. The other meaning was, in the future, if the emperor needs you for something, you should be willing to risk your life for it. After going around in a circle and returning home, Yushu first went to have a heart-to-heart talk with Aunt Shui and set up a few new rules for her. First, she couldn't go out casually. When meeting guests, she must have Zhao Hui by her side, otherwise there was no need to talk. Second, she couldn't speak without thinking. If any cursing words reached Yushu's ears, then 1 month's allowance would be deducted. Third, Yushu invited the memorial tablets of Scholar Yu and her grandfather and grandmother back from Ascending Cloud Monastery. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, Aunt Shui had to kowtow and burn incense to worship the ancestors of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Aunt Shui didn't pester her endlessly. She obediently agreed and behaved abnormally obediently. She carefully asked for her instructions. Your father has been gone for so many years. It's all my fault that I didn't take care of his funeral affairs. Now that you have a promising future, it's not good to let his grave remain unattended. When is it convenient for you to go back to your hometown and repair his grave? Also, let me kowtow and apologize to him in person. It was rare for Aunt Shui to say such sensible words. Yu Shu couldn't help but look at her and said, "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it." As the saying goes, bringing honor to one's ancestors should benefit one's parents. She was already a fifth-rank female official in the court. She was not inferior to the local prefectural magistrate and was one rank higher than the magistrate of Yang County. It was completely enough for her to return to her hometown in glory. If Aunt Shui was alive, she could enjoy the title of nobility. Now that Scholar Yu was dead, it was understandable for her to repair his grave. However, the problem was that the Emperor and the Great Advisor would not let her go far. They had spent so much effort to find her, the person who had ruined her life, and could only feel at ease if she was placed under their eyes. However, the grave still needed to be repaired. If she couldn't leave, she could send someone back. As for Aunt Shui, it was a good thing that this troublemaker was gone. I'm busy with official business. I won't be able to leave for a year and a half. Why don't I send someone to escort you back to Yiyang and repair my father's grave first? When Aunt Shui heard her words, she hesitated and didn't dare to agree. Although she was in charge now, she still didn't have much confidence. She awkwardly said, "Where will I stay when I go back? The old house and the fields have all been sold. Our family doesn't have any relatives to rely on." Yu Shu laughed and said, "Who wants you to rely on others? If you don't have a house, then buy one. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange everything properly. You don't need to worry about repairing the grave. You just need to go back and help me and Xiaoxiu light incense for father." Aunt Shui was still deeply worried. Then what about the Ji family? If they hear that I've returned and come to seek revenge, as a woman, I will definitely suffer. They dare. Yu Shu snorted disdainfully. Ji Huaishan is dead. The Ji family has no one to support them in court. They only have an undeserved reputation. The remaining few can only behave with their tails between their legs. The Ji family isn't the only aristocratic family in Yang City. The tea will cool when the person is gone. How can they be arrogant? You just need to go back in peace. I guarantee that no one will have the guts to disrespect you. In the Dian examination fraud case, Ji Huaishan, a third-rank right judicial official, committed suicide to escape punishment. Murder cases were exposed in the LoveLore Library. Ji Xingxuan, the hideous grade E master, was involved. She faked her death in prison and disappeared without a trace. The Ji family's pillar was gone. They also lost their heir. The remaining generation was not a threat. Yu Shu considered herself a rising star in court. Her rank wasn't as high as Ji Huaishan's in the past, but she was famous and favored by the emperor. If she returned to her hometown, even the county magistrate would have to visit her. Not to mention a declining aristocratic family that was struggling at death's door. Visiting to seek revenge, wasn't that the same as seeking death? Aunt Shui gathered her courage and agreed to go back alone. She then asked Yu Shu when she would depart. If you leave now, you'll have to spend the new year on the road. The weather is freezing. Don't be trapped on the road. Wait for 2 months. Next spring. Okay, I'll listen to you. Aunt Shui didn't have a backbone. In the past, she resented Yu Shucai for venting his anger on Yu Shu and always went against her. Now that she was remorseful, she felt that she had betrayed Yu Shucai's affection. She became obedient to Yushu and didn't have any objections. This discussion lasted until the evening. Yushu couldn't go to Shuirue to ask questions. When Yu Xiaoxiu came back, she called him to the north courtyard and said to him in person, "Now that I have the title of honorary lady, no one can laugh at our birth, but we can't stop those snobs who look down on us. Let me ask you, do you want to continue to study in the academy, or do you want to go home and focus on studying medicine with my godfather? I'll hire a teacher to teach you poetry and etiquette." Before Yu Xiaoxiu recovered from the surprise of his mother becoming a lady of honorary lady, he was awakened by his sister. I haven't decided yet. 2 days ago, Bai Ran had discussed with him whether he should continue to study in Baichuan Academy, but he couldn't make up his mind. He wanted to leave freedom, but he was afraid that he would lose Hu Tian'er, his good friend, if he left like this. Yushu scolded him with a straight face, "Why are you so hesitant? If you like it, you can stay. If you don't like it, you can leave. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her pitifully. "If I leave, Hu Tian'er won't be happy. He fought with others for me. If I leave him alone, I'll be too disloyal." Yushu couldn't understand the childish brotherhood between boys, but she was amused by his expression of, "Don't force me." She raised her hand and flicked his forehead, joking, "What do you know about brotherhood? You're just a kid. Listen to me, you don't have to go to school anymore. When you see Hu Tian'er tomorrow, talk to him. If he's angry, you can drag him to apologize. He won't ignore you." She could see that Yu Xiaoxiu really didn't like to stay in Baichuan Academy. It just so happened that Aunt Shui had conferred him the title of honorary lady, so he could leave with his head held high. Yu Xiaoxiu left doubtfully. He planned to try it tomorrow. If Hu Tian'er didn't blame him, he wouldn't go to school. That way, he could spend more time in the clinic every day. At night, Xiao Hui and He Fangji were lying in bed, having some private talk between husband and wife. "A few days ago, I told Xiao Yu that I was blessed to meet her in my previous life. According to this calculation, Xiao Xiu's mother must have been a great philanthropist in her previous life." Xiao Hui sighed. He Fangji put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. When our son grows up in the future, he may become a great talent and help you earn a title of honorary lady." Xiao Hui gently punched him and said, "I'm not angry. I'm just envious. Chuan is still so young. When he grows up, you and I will be old men and old women. I don't expect anything else. I just hope that we can have grandchildren while we're alive." Xiao Hui was in her early 30s, and He Fangji was already in her 40s. In another 20 years, they would be old. Don't worry. With me taking care of you, you can live to 80. Not to mention grandchildren, you can even see great-grandchildren. Xiao Hui couldn't help but laugh. She leaned on him happily and thought, "I really don't want to be angry with Xiaoxiu's mother. Having a pair of good children is indeed enviable, but no matter how much wealth and glory they have, it's not as good as having someone by your side." A good night's sleep. The next day, Yushu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy early in the morning and asked him to go to school. She went to see Academician Song and explained the situation. She didn't mention that Yu Xiaoxiu was excluded in the academy. She just said that because Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to study medicine, it was not convenient for him to study here every day, and he wouldn't come next year. Academician Song felt it was a pity. Baichuan Academy focused on Yishui. It had been established for decades and had taught many Yishui masters, but only a few of them had become Celestial Commissioner. He had hoped that Yu Xiaoxiu could be taught by Yu Shu and take the Dian exam in a few years to win glory for the academy. He didn't expect that the child would give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. He persuaded Yu Shu with a few words. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he didn't want to force her, so he could only reluctantly give up. After saying goodbye, Yushu returned to the Kunling Bureau to deal with official affairs. She had not found the next month's book of the universe. She had been busy all day. When she returned to the mansion in the evening, she heard bad news from Byran before she had time to change her official uniform. In the afternoon, the victims outside the city suddenly rioted and rushed into the city gate. They were driven away by the soldiers guarding the city, and the porridge stalls built outside the city had to be stopped. Yushu's eyelids twitched, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Why did they suddenly riot? No one was killed or injured, right? Byran said in a low voice, no one was killed, but many victims were injured by the guards in the chaos, and several people were arrested. The city gate was also closed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If little Kuei and I didn't run fast, we would have been locked outside the city, but we didn't take many things with us. Yushu was anxious and anxious. She was afraid that Shui Rui's plan would fail. Zhang's mother and daughter couldn't escape, and he would be implicated. I know. You can go and have a rest. It's just some pots and pans. If they are gone, they are gone. It's fine as long as you are safe. After sending Byran away, Yushu was restless. She changed her clothes at night. Without eating, she quietly went out and went to Wangji Building. Chapter 744. After Wangji Building was closed, the temporarily hired assistants and handymen were dismissed. The remaining 10 people were all Shui Rui's confidants, so they still lived here. On the 6th day, Yushu went to visit Aunt Shui in prison. She came here to buy some wine and food. Everyone was still here. But after a few days, this place was empty. Yushu couldn't help but think the worst, but she restrained herself. She didn't go to the Shui family to find people, nor did she go to Prince Dongjing's mansion to inquire about the news. Instead, she pretended that nothing happened and turned back home. Shui Rui didn't reveal anything before because he didn't want her to be involved. Now that it happened, she didn't know whether it would succeed or fail. How could she expose herself and drag him down? When she returned home, Yushu first used Shui Rui's birth date and 8 characters to make a divination, yet she didn't know why, but all she deduced were empty trigrams, and she was actually unable to calculate his fortune or misfortune. That night, she didn't sleep well. She woke up before dawn. As soon as she got up, she asked someone to find Byran and asked him to go to the city gate to inquire about the aftermath of yesterday's riot. I guess that after such a disturbance, the city guard will prohibit people from giving porridge outside the city. You go and inquire about the situation and how those victims were dealt with. I asked Lu Zhong to prepare a carriage for you. You can go directly from the front door. Byran didn't say much and left. Outside the north gate, he suddenly quickened his pace. While there was no one around, he ran away like a gust of wind. After passing through the door of the backyard, he suddenly stopped. Panting slightly, he opened the curtain and was about to go out. But he saw a person coming in through the door, followed by Steward Zhou. Lord Shui, please sit down and wait for a moment. I will send someone to the backyard to inform you. Shui Rui nodded. When he was about to sit down, he found the teenager standing in front of him. He recognized that he was Yu Xiaoxiu's study companion. He smiled slightly and said, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Byran trembled slightly. He buried his head in his chest and replied in a hoarse voice, "Master ordered this lowly one to go out. This lowly one really deserves to die for offending young master." Hearing this, Zhou, who couldn't help but look at him, his heart puzzled. This little brother ate and slept with the young master, so he had a lot of face in the house. It was said that he came from a rich family, so he had a bit of arrogance. Normally, even in front of the young ladies, he would still call himself I, so why was he bowing and scraping in front of Mr. Shui? Shui Rui waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Since you have something to attend to, go ahead. Bai Ran complied and withdrew her head. She didn't go through the main hall but went around it. Shui Rui's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Bai Ran's back. He crossed his fingers on his abdomen, and he quickly recalled that a few months ago, when he brought Yu Shu to the residential institute to buy slaves. The first time he saw Bai Ran had been slightly peculiar, and Shui Rui could sense that this child had an indescribable fear towards him. This was strange. First, he wasn't a notorious bad person. Second, he had never crossed paths with Bai Ran. Why would he be afraid of him? Before he could think of a reason, Yu Shu hurriedly came in through the curtain. The two met face to face. She glanced at him from head to toe. She sighed and said, "You scared me to death." Shui Rui instantly reacted, "Did you hear about yesterday's matter?" Yu Shu nodded. She stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve, saying, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the back." She pulled him to Yongchen Yuan. The garden was spring all year round. There were hidden traps. No one could find some places without Yu Shu personally leading the way. The warm wind was gentle. Shui Rui untied his cloak and put it on the stone bench for her to sit. Yu Shu was full of complaints. She started complaining, "Yesterday, you arranged the riot of the disaster victims outside the city, didn't you? I heard that someone was injured, and I was afraid that you would be exposed. I went to the Wangji Tower at night, but I didn't see anyone. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat." Shui Rui looked at her pale face. He knew that she was worried a lot. He raised his hand and put her braids behind her ears. He apologized, "It's my fault that I didn't tell you in advance. The people of Wangji Tower moved to another place 3 days ago. Don't be afraid. It's over. No one will associate it with me." Yu Shu let out an "aw." Then she realized, the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaped. Shui Rui nodded. "They left the city yesterday and fled to the north overnight. They will meet the people sent from the north in Wuhe town in 2 days at most." Yu Shu didn't know what expression to make. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family successfully escaped. For Shui Rui, it helped him and Prince of Dongjing become sworn brothers. But for the imperial court, it was tantamount to a disaster. "How did you help them escape?" She was very puzzled. The city gate was heavily guarded. Especially after the Laba festival, the number of guards doubled. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family were 2 living people. Even if they left the mansion, there would be a group of people following them. How could they sneak out of the city gate in broad daylight? It's easier said than done. Shui Rui told her everything in detail, and Yu Shu was flabbergasted as she listened to him. It turned out that Shui Rui had started to make arrangements a month ago. He predicted that there would be a drought in the north this year and it would be difficult for the disaster victims to survive the winter. So, he sent people to the north to search for the refugees and mixed in with them to lure them to the capital to survive. Taking advantage of the trend of giving porridge during the Laba festival, he had Prince of Dongjing's mansion distribute porridge on a large scale outside the city to divert Emperor Zhao Qing's attention. However, Madame Wei and Jiang Mia weren't in a hurry to show up. When the time was right, he had his people incite the disaster victims to be grateful to Prince of Dongjing's mansion. They would kneel in groups outside the city gate and beg to see Madame Wei. At this time, Madame Wei left Prince of Dongjing's mansion with Jiang Mia in a carriage. On the surface, it was to answer the prayers of the disaster victims. However, the people guarding outside the mansion wouldn't let them leave. They stopped them and went into the palace to report. When Emperor Zhao Qing heard about the cause and effect, he sent people to follow Madame Wei's carriage. He allowed her to go to the city gate to comfort the disaster victims but forbade her from leaving the city. When Prince of Dongjing's mansion's carriage arrived at the city gate, the disaster victims outside the city were in a commotion. The people that Shui Rui had planted among them took advantage of the situation to encourage them. A group of disaster victims rushed into the city gate. The scene was chaotic. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family took off their embroidered clothes in the carriage, leaving only their tattered clothes inside. They got out from the special structure of the carriage and mixed in with the disaster victims with disheveled hair and dirty faces. The guards quickly suppressed the commotion and drove the disaster victims who rushed into the city gate out of the city. The key point was that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family were also treated as disaster victims and were pushed out of the city gate. After that, they rushed to the pre-agreed place and were escorted out by Shui Rui's people. The carriage of Prince of Dongjing's mansion returned the way it came. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, the secret agents of the palace found that Madame Wei and Jiang Mia had disappeared. They had already escaped more than 10 miles away. There are several shortcuts to the north of Anling City. There are many land and water routes. Even if His Majesty sends people to track them, it will be difficult to catch up with them. In order to avoid any accidents, I asked Jin Ku, Ah Ping, and Ah Xiang to escort them. Even if they are caught up, they will have the ability to escape. Yu Shu was a little confused. How can you be sure that His Majesty will let them go out of the mansion to comfort the disaster victims? If they are not allowed to leave the mansion, your plan will be completely ruined. Shui Rui shook his head and said calmly, the current His Majesty is not a broad-minded person. He will judge others by his own standards. He will definitely think that Madame Wei's act of giving porridge is to buy people's hearts. He will regard it as a small trick of a woman and will not take it seriously. Men are born to despise women. His Majesty will not stop them from going out. Only men who have been taken advantage of by women will not look down on women. After she heard the entire course of events, Yu Shu simply wanted to prostrate herself in worship. Shui Rui's analysis of the human heart was extremely detailed, and it was simply as if he knew how to read minds, causing one's hairs to stand on end. So you're saying that only the mother and daughter managed to escape? What about the people left in Prince of Dongjing's mansion? Shui Rui's expression darkened. He sighed and said, last night, His Majesty flew into a rage and captured all the people left in Prince of Dongjing's mansion. He imprisoned them in the Supreme Court's Xian prison and tortured them. Yu Shu was silent. It was easy to imagine how miserable their fate would be. Ah Shu, do you think that I'm heartless? I was able to save the mother and daughter, but harmed these people? Yu Shu looked up and saw his self-deprecating expression. She frowned and said, they are all people from Prince of Dongjing's mansion. Master abandoned them in order to escape. If you want to blame someone, you should blame their master. What do you have to blame yourself for? Shui Rui was good in all aspects, but he was a little too soft-hearted. Fortunately, he could always distinguish the severity of things at critical moments. After listening to her words, Shui Rui's cloudy face immediately brightened up. He held her hands and brought them to his lips. He gently kissed them and said, as long as you don't despise me. Yu Shu smiled and said, some people say that my heart is like a snake or a scorpion, but I have never seen you despise me. The two of them chatted for a while and then got down to business. Yu Shu asked him, why did you move all the people from Wang Jilu? Shui Rui said, the restaurant's business can't continue. I plan to sell Wang Jilu's real estate and let them move elsewhere. Yu Shu was surprised, you want to sell Wang Jilu? Not sell, it can be considered as renting it to others. Shui Rui was evasive. Yu Shu was only concerned about the fact that the business was completely gone. She didn't notice that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Right, when I came here, I ran into Xiaoxiu's study companion. Shui Rui changed the topic, I heard that you have something to ask him to do. Isn't it to inquire about the news? Yu Shu said that she had assigned by Ran to give out porridge outside the city. No wonder you heard the movement last night. Shui Rui nodded knowingly. He then asked in doubt, "Why did you think of using him?" Bai Ran was only 1 or 2 years older than Yu Xiaoxiu. In his eyes, he was still a child. Yu Shu laughed dryly. She was at a loss for words and could only blurt out, "I see that this kid is reliable and quick-witted, so I wanted to train him so that I could have someone to work with." "Ah, right, I want to tell you something good. His Majesty granted my mother an honorary title." The speed at which these two people changed the topic was really fast. They sat in the garden for 2 hours and talked endlessly. In fact, they hadn't seen each other for 3 to 5 days, but they were reluctant to part when they saw each other. "Do you think that after Jiang family's mother and daughter left, Dongjing Wang will rebel?" Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat side by side on the stone bench, looking into the near future. "Yes, he is not willing to lead the troops to battle. He is bound to resist the imperial edict. There is no turning back. Then, won't the world be in chaos?" Chapter 745. Emperor Zhao Qing had fallen ill overnight. The news of the escape of the Jiang family mother and daughter had reached the palace. Emperor Zhao Qing was furious and executed the secret agents on duty on the spot. The Yulin royal guard sealed off Dongjing Wang Fu at night and captured dozens of Jiang family servants. They were all thrown into the death prison for interrogation. The great advisor was urgently summoned. Prime Minister Yin, Prime Minister Shui, Prince Yang and the other important officials entered the palace and held a secret meeting in Tian Hall. At the fourth watch, 6 secret edicts were sent out of the palace. Until the early hours of the morning, the officials all left the palace. The great advisor was the last to leave. Emperor Zhao Qing had been furious and had an unbearable headache. He summoned a Tai to take a look. He brewed a medicinal soup and drank it before falling asleep. Who would have thought that he would sleep until noon? When he woke up, he kept vomiting. He had a fever and was delirious. Ing Jioping hurriedly sent someone to Perching Tree Palace to invite the Empress to make a decision. He summoned the Tai for a consultation. They did all they could but were unable to alleviate the Emperor's illness. Empress Rui showed her authority at this time. She first ordered for the mouth to be sealed and the people of Tian Hall to enter and leave. She imprisoned the imperial hospital. She captured Tai Feng who had prescribed medicine for Emperor Zhao Qing last night and handed him over to Ing Jioping for interrogation. Then she used the name of Emperor Zhao Qing to summon the great advisor to the palace. As for Prime Minister Yin and Prime Minister Shui, she didn't tell them. However, she secretly sent a message to the Zhongyong Counts Fu. This was different from the last time when Emperor Zhao Qing had fainted from anger. This time, Empress Rui's intuition told her, the chance she had waited for so many years had finally come. Zhu Muzhao silently retreated from the side of the bedroom. Turning around, he saw the Empress sitting under the window. When His Majesty woke up in the afternoon, his illness flared up. The Imperial Physician Academy was at a loss as to what to do. Only your highly skilled doctor was brave enough to prescribe a prescription. After His Majesty took it, his vomiting stopped, but he was still delirious and unconscious. Ben Gong set up a ban in the palace. "I don't know what to do. The only way is to invite the great advisor into the palace to discuss." Empress Rui's voice was worried but her brows were calm and there was no panic. Zhu Muzhao's gaze paused on her face for a few breaths. He lowered his eyes and said, "In everything, the Emperor's health comes first. My son is not talented but he is skilled in medicine. Let him stay in the palace to take care of medicine until the Emperor recovers." Rui Empress wasn't satisfied with his answer and probed again, "You and your son are loyal. That's why Ben Gong will discuss with the chief supervisor. The Holy Majesty is bedridden and needs to rest. But the end of the year is near and there are many matters at court. Someone has to come out to manage the situation and share the burden. Does the chief supervisor have a suitable candidate in mind? Emperor was ill. Rui Empress didn't summon anyone and summoned. She summoned Rui. Qing Emperor didn't have. Emperor was. Qing Emperor was emperor. Emperor was that he was emperor. As a childless empress, there was no one more worthy of winning over than an official who was not involved in the back palace and held great power. Rather than wait until Emperor Zhao Qing was beyond cure and a few adult princes jumped out to give orders, she had to strike first to gain the upper hand and control the situation. Everyone knew that the great advisor was Emperor Zhao Qing's most trusted person and the most loyal person. But Empress Rui didn't think so. A new emperor, a new official. The great advisor could only serve one emperor. Before the old emperor passed on the throne, he had to choose the next head of the Celestial Commissioner. She didn't believe that Zhu Muzhao would be willing to give up this position of being below one and above tens of thousands. Empress, please do not worry about this. The emperor has already ordered this subject. Empress Rui was startled and blurted out, "What decree?" The emperor ordered this subject that if anything happens, His Highness Ning Wang will temporarily oversee the country. Zhu Muzhao's one sentence caused Empress Rui's efforts to fail. Her brow furrowed, her voice cold. She immediately questioned him, "When did the emperor give such a decree? Do you have an imperial decree in your hands?" Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. "It is only a verbal edict, not an imperial edict." However, the ones who received the edict with this official are Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing. If Empress does not believe it, you can summon the two of them into the palace to clarify. Empress Rui gritted her teeth. Of course she didn't want to believe it. Yin Tianho was Ning Wang, Lu Hao's maternal grandfather, and Duke Jing was Zhu Muzhao's wife's uncle. As long as the three of them spoke in unison, Ning Wang becoming the regent of the country was a sure thing. Damn it, she didn't know when Zhu Muzhao had boarded Ning Wang's pirate ship. No need, Ben Gong believes that you will not pass a fake imperial decree, Empress Rui said in a deep voice. The position of supervising the country is not a small matter. It is best if the emperor personally announces it when he wakes up. Ben Gong does not want you to act on your own. Zhu Muzhao nodded and said, Nyang, do not worry. We have to wait for 3 days. If the emperor doesn't wake up, then this subject will announce the decree. Nyang will have to manage everything in the palace. Empress Rui's fingers dug into her flesh. She knew that she couldn't force the other. In other words, after 3 days, even if the emperor didn't wake up, they would announce that Ning Wang was supervising the country. There is no need to say more, Ben Gong knows what to do. At this time, her heart was in a mess. She didn't have the strength to argue with Zhu Muzhao. With a cold expression, she invited him to leave the palace. Once Zhu Muzhao left, she hurried back to Phoenix Perching Palace. She called her trusted palace maid to dictate to her and had her go to the Count Fu to pass on a message to tell Count Zhongyong about Ning Wang supervising the country and for him to prepare early. It would be best if he could stop it. If he couldn't, then leak the news to the Shui family. Zhu Muzhao once again returned to Taishi Tower. After meditating for an hour, he sent someone to find Jing Qin. It was already evening. Jing Qin hurried over from the Princess Fu. The tower was brightly lit, the reflections of the stars in the jade pool. Zhu Muzhao stood at the head of the Nine Turns Bridge, wearing a splendid sun scarf and a crane cloak. He looked like a star-lord descending to the mortal world. Jing Chen's footsteps unconsciously lightened. When he came close, he called out, Shibua. Zhu Muzhao was deep in thought when he turned to look at him. He gave a strange sigh and said, It's time to break my fate for you. Jing Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked, Why is this? Didn't you agree to wait for me to succeed? In May, during the ancestral worship at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was confirmed that the person who broke the fate was Yushu. According to the Great Suggestion, the person who broke the fate was a woman. The Great Calamity and the person who broke the fate needed to marry and have children before the fate could be broken. Yushu had fallen out with Jing Chen because of this. In order to stall for time, Jing Chen gave the Great Suggestion an excuse that he was unwilling to force Yushu and obtained Emperor Zhao Qing's approval. A while ago, he had said in private to Yushu that the emperor might not be able to wait, but he did not expect this day to come so suddenly. We can't wait until then. Zhu Muzhao tilted his head to look at the pool of starlight and murmured, "War is about to break out, coinciding with His Majesty's serious illness and the first signs of disaster. If we do not break the fate as soon as possible, our dynasty will be in danger, the world will be in danger." Jing Chen was shocked. His Majesty's serious illness. Last night, Wei Guofuran escaped out of Jing and disappeared without a trace. His Majesty was so angry that he fell ill that night. The Tai could not find the cause of the illness and had no way to treat it. They could only stabilize his condition. Zhu Muzhao told him truthfully. Jing Chen said without thinking, "I want to enter the palace to see the emperor." Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "The empress has set up a ban in the palace. Before the emperor wakes up, she will not let anyone enter or leave Taiyan whole." He was very clear of Empress Rui's ambitions. If she didn't have thoughts of roping him in, she wouldn't have let him enter the palace to visit the emperor so easily. Jing Chen's expression darkened slightly. He knew the severity of the situation. Love is a small matter, how can it compare to the righteousness of the country? Zhu Muzhao saw his unwillingness and urged sincerely, "You and her are fated to be husband and wife. This is the will of the heavens. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid that she won't marry you? You don't have to worry about this. As long as you nod, she can only marry you." The last sentence was very forceful. Jing Chen couldn't help but ask in response, "What if I'm not willing?" Zhu Muzhao once again turned his head to look at the pond. He didn't look at him but his expression became cold. "If you are not willing, then there is no need for her, a person who destroys fate, to exist. There is one thing I haven't told you. It's good to let you know now." Having never seen him speak so coldly, Jing Chen's heart felt cold. He felt that what he was going to say next would once again topple everything he knew. He didn't want to hear it but he had to hear it. "You also know that if the person who destroys fate is male, they will be destroyed if they are killed. If they are female, they don't have to die." In reality, this saying isn't accurate. Because the Xian Nu Lu Ren book says that people who destroy fate are often born together, one male and one female. If you find a male, you will get rid of him. If you find a female, you will get rid of him through marriage. If you are not willing to marry her, then you can only kill her. Then come with me to the imperial tomb to see the yellow springs. You will see another person who destroys fate. Jing Chen turned pale with fright. So there are two people who destroy fate. Zhu Muzhao didn't care about his ugly expression and continued, "You and Yushu were destined to meet, so the first person you saw in the pond of the underworld was her. You haven't seen the other person, but it doesn't matter. When you look at the water of the underworld, you will know. You lied to me." Jing Chen said in disbelief, "Master told me that there is only one person who destroys fate in this world who can destroy my fate. Before I left the mountain, Master did not hesitate to break into the forbidden area and use the sect-guarding Tianxian formation to make a divination for me. He calculated that the person who destroys my fate is in Yang City. It was there that I met Yushu, not the other person you said." Zhu Muzhao smiled lightly and said with indescribable sarcasm, "The Xian Nu Lu Ren book is closely related to the dragon vein of our dynasty. Longhu Mountain is just a sect. What right does it have to know about this secret? Your master Taoist Huaixin is indeed brilliant, but he can't know everything in the world. Jing Chen actually had no words to refute. Among the elders of the sect, no one had seen the Xian Nu Lu Ren book with their own eyes. Even he himself had only heard of it. How could he judge whether it was true or not? Think carefully. If you don't marry her, you will be harming her. Jing Chen lowered his head to calm the anger in his heart. After a moment, he said coldly, I will not harm her, and I will not allow others to harm her. Zhu Muzhao was still looking at the water, and his attitude was unyielding. At the latest half a month, your marriage must be decided. You can inform her in advance, but don't let her try to protest. Otherwise, she will die. I am not trying to scare you. Jing Chen looked at him fiercely. In the end, he did not say anything and turned to leave. Zhu Muzhao slowly turned his head and watched him walk down the 9 zigzag bridge. He was lost in thought as he looked in the direction Yunmu Feng left. He said to himself in a low voice, Yunmu Feng, your 2 sons are just like you. Chapter 746. At night, Jing Chen hurriedly walked out of the building. The carriage parked by the roadside caught up with him. 2 bodyguards led the horses and followed beside him. However, he did not get on the carriage. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the horse from one of the guards. You go back first. Where are you going, young master? The bodyguard reached out to help him up. However, Jing Chen ignored him. He turned over and mounted the horse. Jing Chen rode the horse all the way to Baochong Street and knocked on the door of the Yu residence. Yu Shu was about to sleep when she heard the servant's report. She knew that he would not visit without a reason. She changed her clothes and rushed to the front yard. Jing Chen was not waiting in the living room. He was standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. When he saw her, he strode forward. Why are you here so late? I have something to say to you. When Yu Shu saw his solemn expression, she knew in her heart that something was wrong. Something unexpected must have happened, so she turned around and led the way without saying a word. She took the lantern from the servant girl's hand and didn't allow anyone to follow her. She entered Yongchun Garden with him one after the other. After a few turns, they finally stopped at the place where she had a heart-to-heart talk with Shui Rui during the day. Let's talk here. The garden of my residence has a night ban. No one will trespass. What happened? Jing Chen came in a hurry. When he saw her face to face, he found it difficult to speak. He took a deep breath and looked at her without blinking. He gathered his courage and said, Xiaoyu, please marry me. Yu Shu's almond-shaped eyes widened. She was stunned by this sudden proposal. Afraid that she would refuse, Jing Chen said solemnly, if I am lucky enough to marry you, I will cherish my life and never have second thoughts. I know that I have let you down a lot in the past. However, I swear that from today on, if I break my promise to you again, I will die a violent death. My soul will scatter and I will never be a human again. San Qing, disciple of Jingyi sect, Jing Chen. As he said this, he knelt sideways and raised his palm to make a vow. Yu Shu's expression changed. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm. She said sternly, Shut up. Who asked you to make a vow? Tell me first. Why do you want to marry me? Is it because the Emperor and the Grand Preceptor are forcing you? They can't wait and want me to sacrifice my life for you in advance, right? Jing Chen was forcefully pulled up by her. He couldn't hide it from her, so he told her everything. Madame Wei fled the capital yesterday. The Emperor is bedridden and seriously ill. The Grand Preceptor predicted that war is about to break out and Dan is in a precarious situation. Thus, he wants me to marry you as soon as possible so that we can save the fate of the country in time. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes at him, but your father, Yunhua Ez, told me personally that the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren said that using a woman to sacrifice her life is not the method described by the Grand Preceptor. He was lying to you. He must have another purpose for wanting me to marry you. I know he lied to me, but I must marry you. Jing Chen's attitude was unusually firm. Without waiting for Yu Shu to get angry, he explained his difficulties, because there are two people who destroy their life in this world, one male and one female. As long as I kill you, I can find the other person who destroys their life. If I don't marry you, they will take your life. Yu Shu was shocked. What did you say? There are two people who destroy their life. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Jing Chen's gaze was deep, but at the end of the day, you and I have not read the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren, and my father did not tell you the real way to destroy your life. I know that the Grand Preceptor lied to me, but what if what he said is true this time? Xiaoyu, I don't dare to gamble. Yu Shu's heart trembled, and many thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. She could not help but hold his arm tightly. Jing Chen could see that she was struggling in her heart. It was obvious that she was unwilling to marry him. He felt a slight pain in his chest, and finally, he could not help but ask her, I know that I have wronged you in the past. I swear that I will not let you down again. Xiaoyu, why do you not want to be my wife? What did I do wrong? Tell me, I will definitely change. Yu Shu's mind was in a mess. Looking at his pleading eyes, she could not make up a lie. You did nothing wrong, and you don't need to change. Then, do you still blame me for breaking up with you that day? What do you want me to do to appease you? Can you tell me? Jing Chen persistently asked. In the year he had been in the capital, although he had seen through the fickleness of the world, he still did not understand the love between a woman and a woman. He still remembered what Yu Shu had said to him in the small forest. He remembered that she had admired him. He had never even thought that this kind of feeling would disappear one day. Yu Shu smiled bitterly and avoided his gaze. She was really touched by Jing Chen like this. She was afraid that her heart would soften and become entangled with him again, so she turned her back to him and slowly said in a low voice, I don't blame you for a long time. I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. How do you want me to explain it to you? Jing Chen, I can't be your wife because there is another person in my heart, and that person is not you. In the end, she still said it, even if it was very hurtful. She did not turn around, so she could not see the helplessness on his face. She could not see the confusion in his eyes. Another person. Yes. Jing Chen seemed to understand. His expression suddenly became flustered, but didn't you say that you like me? Yu Shu smiled bitterly and said, that was in the past. Now, I only think of you as a friend. There is no love between a man and a woman, and there will not be any in the future. Hearing her say this, Jing Chen found it difficult to breathe. He raised his hand and reached out to her back. He grabbed her sleeve and clenched his fist. Then you like someone else, don't you? Yu Shu gently nodded, I have someone I want to entrust my life to. No matter what, I will not marry you. She would not go against her heart in order to live. The person she wanted to entrust her life to was Shui Rui, not Jing Chen. So it's like this. Jing Chen's eyes quickly dimmed. He slowly let go of her fingers and took 2 steps back. He softly said, Can I ask who that person is? Yu Shu shook her head. I'll go back first. I'll wait for you at the Celestial Commissioner's office tomorrow. Jing Chen left these words and fled. Yu Shu finally spoke her mind, but she didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt the burden on her shoulders getting heavier. What should come had finally come. Facing the fate arranged by others, how could she resist? Jing Chen returned to the princess mansion in a daze. He lowered his head all the way to the sushi pavilion, but he did not notice Shui-yun waiting outside the building. "Senior brother." Shui-yun called out. Seeing his face was not good, she thought that something had happened. She asked worriedly, "Why are you back so late?" Jing-chen glanced at her and walked into the building without saying a word. Shui-yun muttered in her heart, "I haven't done anything to make him angry recently." She asked someone to push the wooden wheelchair in and carefully asked, "Didn't you go to the Celestial Commissioner's office? Why did the Tiandao look for you?" Jing-chen sat on the reclining chair, covered his forehead with one hand, and said in a tired voice, "Don't ask questions. I don't want to talk to you. Go back to your room and sleep." Shui-yun pouted. 2 months ago, when she and Yu Shu shook hands and made up, Jing-chen's attitude toward her had improved. He had not been so cold to her for a long time. She was reluctant to leave, so she let the maid leave first. Jing-chen silently recited the mind-clearing incantation more than 10 times. When he opened his eyes and saw that she was still there, he felt annoyed. "Why don't you leave?" Shui-yun smiled and said, "I see that you are not happy. Isn't it good to talk to you? Did you forget that when you were a child, you were the most taciturn, and I had to guess your thoughts every time? I was afraid that you wouldn't talk and couldn't sleep well at night. What did the Tiandao say to you? Can't you tell me? Let me guess, is it about the Lifebreaker?" Shui-yun had long known that the Lifebreaker had been found, but she had never asked who that person was. Jing-chen looked at her smiling face, and a string in his head suddenly broke. He suppressed it for a whole night and had a splitting headache. When he heard that there were 2 Lifebreakers, the Tiandao threatened him to kill Yu Shu, and Yu Shu told him that she liked someone else. He had endured it. But now he couldn't bear it anymore. "Do you want to know who the Lifebreaker is?" He turned sideways, and half of his face was in the shadow. Shui-yun was thinking about the Lifebreaker, so she couldn't see the burning anger in his eyes. She blinked and pretended to be wronged. "I care about you. Who told you to keep hiding it from me? I am more curious. Senior brother, tell me, who is the Lifebreaker? Have I seen him?" Jing-chen's voice was extremely cold. "You have seen him. Not only did you see him, but you also almost killed him." Shui-yun's smile froze on her lips. The next moment, her eyes widened and she almost jumped out of the wheelchair. She cried out involuntarily, "The Lifebreaker you said is Yu Shu." "Yes, it's her." "Impossible." Shui-yun's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew very well that Jing-chen had no reason to lie to her. The Lifebreaker they had been waiting for many years should be Yu Shu. She had also suspected Yu Shu, but later she rejected it. She never thought that one day this possibility would become a reality. She couldn't accept it. "You kept saying that you forced me to cut off my love and even plotted to kill her, forcing me to break off all ties with her. You never thought that she was the Lifebreaker, right?" Jing-chen looked at Shui-yun's pale face and felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. At this moment, he was no longer the great calamity who had no desires, no joy, and no sorrow. He was just an ordinary person who regretted losing the person he loved. I. Shui-yun was unable to explain herself. Jing-chen's questioning was like a sharp blade that pierced through all of her past misdeeds, leaving her with nowhere to hide. "I don't know." Regret and fear appeared on her face. She didn't dare to imagine that she had plotted against Yu Shu and to cross the death tribulation together. If the Lifebreaker had really been killed by her, it would be the same as harming the entire sect. She wouldn't be able to absolve herself from the blame even if she died 10,000 times. Now you know. But it was too late. This wasn't the first time Jing-chen had tasted regret, but none of it could compare to the pain he was feeling now. He regretted being persuaded by Shui-yun to make a clean break with Yu Shu. He regretted breaking his promise to her and not protecting her. Instead, he repeatedly made her suffer. It wasn't that she had a change of heart, but that he hadn't grasped the sincerity she had once given him. Senior Marshal brother, I'm sorry. Shui Yun was afraid that Jing Chen would blame her, so she shrank her neck and tried to defend herself in a low voice. I was wrong, but I didn't do it on purpose. Senior Marshal brother, don't blame me, okay? Besides, isn't Miss Yu safe and sound? Instead, it was I who suffered. Even now, I can't walk. She never thought that if she hadn't brought Yu Shu with her when she crossed the death tribulation, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep her life. Don't say any more. Jing Chen tightly closed his eyes and waved her away. I don't want to see you. Chapter 747. The next day, Yu Shu and Jing Chen met at the Celestial Commissioner's office. Because of what happened last night, they were more or less uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yu Shu was not as thin-skinned as a little girl, and Jing Chen was not a person who would pester others. Neither of them avoided the question. The Emperor is seriously ill. Now the Empress is in charge of the harem. I can't ask the Emperor for mercy. The Emperor has made up his mind. If you don't want to marry me, you can only make other plans. Jing Chen sat by the window. Outside the window, the sky was gray and cloudy. Yu Shu stood by the desk with her arms crossed. She frowned and said, You said that the Emperor will decide our marriage within half a month. That is to say, in this half a month, I must find a way to see Yunhua's son, see the Book of Mystery Goddess with my own eyes, and figure out the real way to break the destiny. Although the Emperor and Yunhua might be lying to her, she was more inclined to believe in Yunhua. In the vast sea of people, where are you going to find my father? Jing Chen shook his head and said, Unfortunately, the contact method he left you last time was fake. Otherwise, when we find him, we will definitely ask him to let us see the Book of Mystery Goddess. Oh, let me think about it. Yu Shu regretted telling him that she had gone to find Yunhua, but she failed. Now, how could she explain that she had another way to see Yunhua? She touched her chin and lowered her head to think. Jing Chen quietly looked at her. He did not rest at all last night. He thought hard all night and found that they only had two ways to go. One was that she married him, and she was unwilling. The second was that she did not marry him, and she had to escape. Have you ever thought about escaping? Escape? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. If I ran away, what would you do? Who would risk your life for you? This time, Jing Chen was not late. He faced her calmly. In the small courtyard on Huixing Street, you asked me why I should entrust my life to you and share the huge responsibility for me. I thought for a long time, and yesterday, I just got the answer. I can't force you. Even if you don't want to be my wife, I will still protect you. Yu Shu didn't expect him to answer like this. She was surprised, but she couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't disappoint her again. I appreciate your good intentions, but I won't run away, Jiang Chen said. First of all, the chances of her escaping were too small. Anling City was like a huge cage. Jiang Mia and her daughter were able to escape successfully because of Shui Rui's plan for a month. More importantly, after they escaped, they still had a place to stay. Jiang family's base camp was in Ningdong City, and Prince Dongjing had a lot of troops under his command. Even the imperial court was somewhat afraid of him. Even if she could escape, she had nowhere to go. The emperor and the great teacher would not let her go. It was very likely that she would have to hide for the rest of her life. Just like Yunhua, what was the use of stealing the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens? In the end, he still had to hide his identity and live everywhere. He did not even dare to acknowledge his son. She never thought of running away, because she was not alone. She still had a family. Not only Yu Xiaoxiu, Xiao Hui, and the others, but also her subordinates and servants. She couldn't abandon that big family. After Jiang family's mother and daughter escaped, and the miserable fate of the remaining people in Prince Dongjing's mansion, she would never run away. Another reason was Jing Qin. Just like what she asked him just now, if she just ran away, who would risk their lives for him? There is still half a month. As long as I can find Yunhua, everything will still turn for the better. Yu Shu put down her arms and walked out, not giving Jing Qin a chance to ask questions. Yu Shu went downstairs and asked Su Qing to come in. Wen Xiao and was holding a stack of documents, waiting for her to read. He quickly asked, "Master, where are you going?" "I have a headache, so I'm going home to rest." It sounded like a lie, so Wen Xiao and had to remind her, "You should draw up the Book of the Great Earth next month." "Don't worry, leave it first." Yu Shu waved her hand and slipped away with her people. With the Emperor's illness, the Book of the Great Earth next month would be useless. Maybe in 2 days, the Empress would ask the Palace Bureau to pass the decree and temporarily cancel the Book of the Great Earth. After leaving the Celestial Commissioner, she sent Lu Hong to the Supreme Judiciary to send a letter to Shui Rui, asking him to come to her mansion during the lunch break. She went home first, changed out of the heavy official robe, loosened her hair, and lay on the soft couch, worrying. She did not forget to ask the servants to prepare wine and food in the garden. How should she tell Shui Rui when she saw him? Should she tell him that the emperor was seriously ill and wanted to force him to marry her? No. Shui Rui had a deep knot in his heart with Yunhua. A month ago, Jin Ke had tricked him out of Fenghua Manor, but he was still unwilling to see Yunhua. It could be imagined that he didn't want to recognize this biological father. But she knew that as long as she mentioned the forced marriage, no matter how unwilling Shui Rui was, he would bow his head for her. What difference was there between her and the mother and daughter of the Jiang family? They were all forcing him. Yu Shu was still struggling for an hour. Before she could think of a way to speak, Shui Rui came before noon. She heard the servants report and washed her face. She had Lin tie her hair into a simple bun and put on a rabbit fur cloak to see him. Once she entered Yongchen Yuan, the surroundings warmed up. She took off her coat and handed it to a servant girl. She walked around a bamboo forest and saw him standing in Jiu Gao Xian from afar. He held a wine pot in one hand and held the railing with the other as he looked into the distance. When she got closer, she found that he was wearing the court robe. The black veil was on the chair. It seemed that he had rushed here directly from the yamen. Look, this was telepathy. She didn't even ask the messenger to hurry him, and he just came in such a hurry. Why didn't you wait for me to come and drink first? Yu Shu took a cup from the table and handed it to him. He poured her a cup with a smile. She put it under her nose and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. She said with pity, "I only took 6 or 7 jars of this 20-year-old Huadiao. Wang Ji Lu is closed. If I want to drink more good wine, I will have to spend money to buy it." Shui Rui shook his head and looked at her with gentle eyes. "Tomorrow, I will send you all the good wine that Wang Ji Lu has stored. It will be enough for you to drink for 2 or 3 years. Yu Shu chuckled and led him to sit. She didn't want to talk about anything else. She wanted to drink, eat, and chat with him. She didn't want him to lose his appetite after they talked about business. Shaking the empty wine pot, Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu, who was racking her brains to talk about something else. He put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but interrupt her. "I'm done eating. Why did you ask me to come today? Just say it." Yu Shu shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her eyes drifted upwards, and she dilly-dallied as she was unwilling to speak. Shui Rui looked at her good-naturedly, and a trace of a smile hung on his face from beginning to end. It was as if he was encouraging her, just say it. No matter what you say, I will listen. Yushu stole a glance at him. When she saw the expression on his face, she immediately felt discouraged. She wanted to stick her neck out and take a stab in the back, so she braced herself and asked, "Can you arrange a meeting between me and Yunhua?" "Okay." "Aw." Yushu's eyes suddenly flickered. She didn't believe that he would agree so easily, so she slowed down and repeated, "Listen carefully. I said that I want you to help me meet Yunhua." Shuirui's expression didn't change. "I said it. Whenever you want to meet him, I will arrange it." Yushu suddenly felt that her previous worries were in vain. Shuirui didn't ask her the reason at all. He agreed immediately. It seemed that he had already expected that she was looking for him for this matter, and he had already thought about agreeing to her request. "Actually, I had a plan after I returned to the capital last time," Shuirui told her calmly. "Even if you didn't mention it, I was going to take you to meet him. Not only for the book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens, but I also want to find out the truth about my adoptive father's early death." If Jiangmia hadn't come to Forgotten Tower to ask him for help, and he couldn't get away for a while, he would have discussed with her to meet Yunhua. But she was more composed than he thought. He had been back for so long, but she didn't even take the initiative to mention Yunhua's name in front of him. While he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he also pitied her for being considerate. "Do you think that I don't want to recognize my father, so I don't want to see Yunhua?" Shuirui looked at her expression of, "You can even see through this," and explained with a smile. "I don't want to recognize my father, but I didn't want to see him before because I was afraid to see him." "My good Shu, have you forgotten something?" "Ah." Shuirui's gaze was crafty. "Have you forgotten? It was he who made an agreement with you. So long as you're able to bring his eldest son that has been lost for many years to him, then he'll give you the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens." Yushu's eyes lit up, and she suddenly understood. She couldn't help but jump up excitedly. She went forward to grab his hand and shook it. She laughed and said, "That's right, how could I forget? You brought me, no, I brought you to find Yunhua. Even if you don't want to recognize him, he still has to show me the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens." Shuirui smiled and said nothing. He thought, "It's not that you forgot, it's just that you never had the intention to use me." "Then when are we going to act?" After Yushu's excitement subsided, she thought of the upcoming meeting and quickly calmed down. The Great Commissioner had already given an ultimatum to Jing Qin. It was impossible for her to leave the capital. If she wanted to meet Yunhua, he had to come to the capital. "There's no hurry," Shuirui said. "Jinka went to escort Madame Wei and Jiangmia. He will be back in 3 days at the latest. It's chaotic now. It's not appropriate for you to leave the capital rashly. In order to avoid the suspicion of the Emperor and the Great Commissioner, you should stay in the capital. When Jinke comes back, I will ask him to invite Yunhua to the capital." Yushu said worriedly, "Will Jinke agree? After all, Yunhua is the most wanted criminal in the imperial court. How would he dare to let him come to the capital?" Shuirui's eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. "Why do you think he wants Jinke to follow me?" "Don't worry, he won't not come." The back of Yushu's head felt cold. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed to be up to no good. She thought, "Brother, you're trying to trick me. By the way, I have something to tell you. I don't know if you've heard, but the Emperor is seriously ill and seems to be dying." Shuirui shook his head and said in surprise, "It's such a big thing. Where did you hear it?" Jing Qin said it. Yushu avoided the topic and said, "It's true. In the evening 2 days ago, the Emperor learned that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaped. He was so angry that he fell ill. This time, it's more serious than the time your grandfather offended him. It's said that the emperor is in a coma, and even the Imperial Academy of Medicine can't find the right illness. It's just that Her Majesty the Empress has blocked the news, so it hasn't been leaked yet. At the end of her words, Shui Rui suddenly stood up and said to Yu Shu with a serious expression, "It's my miscalculation. Don't mention this to anyone else. I'll go back first." He didn't expect that Emperor Zhao Qing would not be able to withstand the pressure from the mother and daughter of the Jiang family escaping. Yu Shu hurriedly stopped him. "What's wrong? Say it clearly." Shui Rui turned around and looked deeply at her. "Once the emperor is seriously ill, who do you think will be the one to supervise the country?" You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.